Good evening and welcome to the Thousand Oaks City Council meeting for June 27th. Would you please join us in pledging allegiance to our country? Ready to begin? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Madam Clerk, would you please do the roll call?
Councilmember Price?
Here.
Councilmember Adam?
Here.
Councilmember McCoy?
Present.
Councilmember Fox?
I'm here.
Mayor Bill De La Pena?
Present. Thank you. Number 4, there are requests for a continuance of an agenda item, and there are 2 actually. Items 10B, the Business Roundtable Work Plan. In addition to that, item 10C, the Cultural Affairs Commission Annual Report, are being pulled and will be placed on a future agenda. And with that, we will do our special presentations. I will move to the podium and to start off the first presentation. In case you're wondering why some of us are dressed somewhat casually this evening, it's our summer attire. So for June and July, we have a policy, well, not really a policy, but it's sort of a tradition that we dress a little bit more casually. All right. Now, the first presentation for that, I would like to invite George Lang, Conejo Parks and Recreation District Board Chair, as well as Rochelle Callis. And Rochelle is the Recreation and Community Services Administrator. Good evening.
Good evening.
Parks and recreation programs are a very important part of our community, establishing and maintaining the quality of life that we all enjoy here, ensuring the health of all residents, and contributing to our economic as well as environmental well-being. So it is the honor of the City Council this evening to proclaim July as Park and Recreation Month. We appreciate all that the board and staff do to allow us to have wonderful parks, and there are about 60 of them, correct? 60 parks in Thousand Oaks. Wonderful parks and recreation programs for all of our residents. So, George and Rochelle, would you like to add something to that? I'm sure you will.
Sure. Good evening, council members. It's our pleasure to be here this evening representing the Conejo Recreation and Park District. And I'm going to first say, get your play on. That's the theme of the 2017 National Recreation and Park Month. And the Conejo Recreation and Park District, as most of you know, has been an integral part of our community. And as the mayor has stated, together with the city, we've become a great team. A lot of things in our community that we participate together in. As you know, the Teen Center, the Senior Center, the youth program, Safe Passage. Thank you, Rochelle. Safe Passage in our community, a very unique and special program for children at risk and so forth. And one other thing, I won't make this too long, but one other thing I want to share with you. We want to thank you very much for your contribution of $2.5 million towards the Sopwee.
That's dollars.
$2.5
million.
That's what I said. I thought $2.5 million to the Conejo Rec and Park District for the Sopwee Trails Community Park. And you were the leader because last night at the Santa Monica Mountains Conservancy meeting, They voted Proposition 1 funds of $1.76 million to go towards Sapui Trails Community Park. So again, thank you, City Council, thank you, the City of Thousand Oaks, for all that you do to contribute to the great life that we have. And at this point, I'd like to ask Rochelle Callis, as mentioned, she's our Administrator of Recreation and Community Services, to say a few words. Rochelle?
Sure. I think you covered most of it, but I was going to bring out my hula hoops now so that we could all do a little hula hooping, but probably not appropriate here. So just again, thank you very much for everything, and our partnerships are very important. Just so you know, this summer, we currently have 2,140 classes that the Recreation Department is offering, and we have over 15,000 people participating in our programs. And that's just in our programs. That's not all the people that come out to our parks and our concerts and all the things that are free. And so we really just couldn't do it without such a great partnership. So thank you very much.
Before you leave, I want to go ahead.
I'm sorry, I just have to mention that if you have no plans for July 4th, please join us at the concert in the park at Dover and Hendricks and enjoy the great entertainment and the feel of community. Last Memorial Day, we had over 5,000 attending that concert. So it's a great feeling to be part of that community activity. So if you're available, please join us.
And before you leave, I do have the proclamation which honors Parks and Recreation, July as Parks and Recreation Month. I do want to say that this park district, the CRPD, Conejo Recreation and Park District, is unique. The reason it's unique, because of programs such as Safe Passage, which Chair Lang mentioned, there really isn't a program like it in the country. It helps at-risk youth get back on track by exposing them to college, high school, culture, camping. Some of these children were taken to the beach by our police chief, Tim Hagel. Some of them had never seen the beach. Some of them had never been to a bookstore, and they were taken to a bookstore. This is a wonderful program that wouldn't be possible without the help of the Park District and your staff who help the children after school. It is something that hopefully and eventually will be modeled in the rest of the country, and it is the brainchild of our wonderful police chief, Tim Hagel, and I advertise this all the time because many people still haven't heard about Safe Passage. Absolutely wonderful. And so it is indeed my honor to present to you the proclamation in honor of Parks and Recreation Month. Congratulations.
Thank you so much, Bobby.
Okay, and for our next presentation, it will be really two in one. For our next presentation this evening, Garrett Crawford, our landscape maintenance supervisor, will talk about our Oakleaf Award. This award recognizes excellence in volunteer community service and streetscape beautification. That's a mouthful. The city is extremely lucky to have community members who give their time to help beautify our city. And Garrett, are you here? Yeah. There you are. Very good. You will tell us more about the award and those being honored, and there is someone special this evening being honored tonight. Go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Council, Mayor, thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak about these awards. Our first set of awards is given out to the Just Serve and Mormon Helping Hands, which is a multi-faith-based service organization, and they partner with us annually for large planting projects. This year, we were able to plant 150 trees on Herbs Road just south of the 23 and another 12 trees on Borchard in front of the temple. The major groups involved were the Thousand Oaks and Newberry Park Stakes of the Church of Jesus Christ and Latter-day Saints, as well as, I want to get the pronunciation right here, the Sri Venkata Krishna Temple and the Thousand Oaks Conejo Valley Islamic Center. Unfortunately, due to a last-minute scheduling conflict, no one could be here to accept the rewards, but I will make sure they get them. So it's programs like these where the community and the city can interact and make a much better community and more beautiful landscape environment for us all. So I really appreciate everyone getting involved. So if you've ever interested, you have a community group, Boy Scouting, any kind of group you'd like to get involved, my contact information, I'd be more than happy to share, and we get some projects together for you. Moving on, the next one I'd like to call Michael McCoy to here. Through the Boy Scouts of America program, Michael belongs to Troop 711. I was fortunate enough as a young man to also be involved in Boy Scouting. I attained the rank of Eagle. So it's a special privilege tonight where I'm able to honor a fellow Eagle Scout and give back to a program that gave me so much to do. A little bit about the project at the Brim Hall Library. The main interest was just kind of towards the back. We put in a butterfly or a pollinator garden, and it turned out really, really spectacularly. We're getting a lot of attracted pollinators and butterflies and bees over there, which is perfect. Michael was very, very attentive, super excited about the project. I couldn't ask to work with a brighter, younger man, as Michael is. And I hope that he can take his experience, his leadership, and his organizational skills he learned completing this project and take it into your life and apply it everywhere you can. So it's with great honor that I present you the Oakleaf Award for your service, and thank you so much for everything you did.
Thank you.
Very good. Yeah, okay, because your dad wants a picture. Okay, now, after these special presentations, we can move on to our consent calendar. Anybody wanted to pull any particular item?
Madam Mayor, if we could please go to public comments first.
Oh, see what happens when I'm not here for 1 week? Okay, public comments, thank you. Here we go. Go ahead.
This is a time and place for public comments. A speaker card is available for those wishing to address the City Council regarding items on the agenda or on a subject within the city's jurisdiction. Speakers for public hearing items shall be called and heard during the public hearing. All remarks should be addressed to the City Council as a whole, and all documents for City Council and the official record should be presented to the City Clerk prior to speaking. Speakers are requested to state their name and community of residence for the record. Under state law, public comment matters may not be considered by the council unless listed on the agenda, but may be referred to the city manager for administrative follow-up. We currently have 5 individuals that have presented speaker cards, and pursuant to council standards, speakers are allowed 3 minutes. The yellow light displays when you have 1 minute remaining.
Thank you so much. Our first speaker is Mike Hauser with our Transportation Department, followed by Roger Mead and Dao Doan.
Madam Mayor, members of the council, good evening. Mike Hauser, work in the Public Works Department doing the transit program. I'm pleased to inform the council that for the 5th straight year, we are offering our summer regular scheduled beach bus program, which operates from the Orchard Community Center and the Teen Center, Monday through Friday, now through August the 19th. We provide 2 round trips daily, Monday through Wednesday, 3 round trips on Thursdays and Fridays. The cost is $3 each way, with a half fare for those that are seniors age 65 and over and those who are disabled. We use 37 passenger buses for these that are air conditioned, equipped with padded seats, seat belts, and luggage racks. So those folks that want to bring beach chairs, umbrellas, coolers, and even surfboards on board, we can accommodate that. And we space the trips out so that folks can spend between 4 and 8 hours at the beach. This service has really proven to be very popular over the last 5 years. We transported almost 6,000 residents to and from the beach last year, and we work every year to refine it and make the service more popular. Would add that this is a program that is funded partially by a federal grant, with the balance of the cost coming from state transit funds and the fares that we collect from the riders. So no city subsidy is required to provide this service. And it is a good example of the types of services that can be offered in a community when we have the support of partners like the staff at the Teen Center, CRPD, and an agency that strives to provide quality, community-focused services. If anybody would like more information about the beach bus, the schedule can be found at the Thousand Oaks Transit website, and that address is www.totransit.org. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hauser. Next speaker is actually Daniel Matera, followed by Roger Mead and Dow Doan. Very well, thank you. Roger Mead, followed by Dow Doan.
Roger Mead, Thousand Oaks, California. I'm here to address the issue of detached living dwellings. And I want to commend the council for adopting a new code, but I am here to speak in favor of the Planning Commission as far as controlling the situations of detached living dwellings from houses. I think that been following you through the newspaper, and it appears to me that somehow I think that it was misjudged in square footage, mostly because of people who have lived in the community a long time, have some structures detached already that were permitted from the resident on site, and that there was not enough consideration for footprints that were already built to code and that residents would like to convert. I think that I believe that the agreed square footage was 600 square feet. I know planning wanted 7, and I know the state is allowing up to 1,200. The reason why I believe that there should be some kind of a variance granted to the Planning Commission was because of these particular reasons. There's special circumstances, there's lot sizes, there's footprints of existing buildings other than new structures. There's pool houses that might be converted. And many of us are seniors in town, would like to continue to live on our own sites. And I think that there's situations where the flat 600 square feet may be arbitrary. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker is Dow Doan, followed by Nick Kidway.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. First of all, thank you for my 3 minutes in this public forum. Although I'm not here to address any particular issue on your agenda right now, I would like to take this opportunity to share with you some thoughts and ideas about an issue that has frustrated many in the community, including you, based on what I've read recently in the newspapers, and that is about the formation of Thousand Oaks downtown, and why has it taken so long? Very quickly, by way of reintroduction and reference, because I know that you don't know who I am, or you might even have forgotten, but I am an urban designer, urban planner, licensed architect with about 40 years of experience. I'm a member of the Congress of New Urbanism, California chapter. I'm a member of the Ventura County Civic Alliance, past chair. And I have been very involved in the vision of creating a downtown on Thousand Oaks Boulevard. This is the original T-shirt dating back to 1995. I don't know who else here still has this, but I have it. Right. From the very first day, the first visioning day, there was a multi-day outreach. So here's my recommendation for the council to consider, and it's going to be bold. If you want to see a downtown happening in Thousand Oaks, 2 key ideas. Number one, by the stroke of a pen, you can do it. Abolish minimum parking requirement. Throw it out the window. You don't need it. Number 2, do not be afraid of the word density. Density is what you need to see downtown happening. It doesn't have to be 10-story, it doesn't have to be tall. In fact, the building is already a 6-story building. Allow mixed use, allow parking on the street along the curb that would encourage walking, encourage activities along the street. When people go by and see things happening, they would want to stop and go. That's how you can bring in developers, incentivize them to do good projects. That sea of parking behind the lakes is a total waste of resource, a total waste of land. Allow them to build on top of that. Go up 3-story with housing. When you have housing, you have people living right in downtown. That's what you as policy makers, as city leaders, you have the power to make happening. Yeah. By the way, I live at 658 Rabbit Creek in Newbury Park. I've been there since 1997, so I'm a more than 20-year-old resident of Thousand Oaks.
Thank you.
This bandage you see right here, allow me to explain very quick. Last year, I was found to have a very deadly brain tumor. So I don't know how long I have left. I could die next week, next month, next year, I don't know. But I'm here. I want to let you know that I am making myself available because I have a ton of experience. I have a lot of tools, urban design tools. So I'm just saying, please use me for free. Last year, I assembled a team of professional landscape architects, urban planners, transportation planners. I brought them all to Oxnard. We did a 5-day workshops at no cost to the city.
Thank you so much, Mr. Doan.
We can do the same thing for Thousand Oaks, if you so choose. All they ask for is maybe have some travel expenses and lodging and meal covered.
Thank you, Mr.
And
Doan.
we can share with you a lot of ideas. I noticed that on your agenda you have directed staff to look for a landscape architect to help doing some landscape design along Thousand Oaks Boulevard. This is not just about decoration. It's not about nice.
Thank you, Mr. Doan.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much.
All the more information is on the.
I think we know how to get in touch with
Feel free
you.
to contact me anytime. Thank you.
Thank you. Our final speaker is Mr. Nick Kidwai.
And by the way, have a great summer recess. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Kidwai.
I apologize if I don't have the enthusiasm of the last speaker. I begin in the name of God, who's most beneficial, most merciful. Honorable Mayor, I would just like to remind you that life is precious, and every day is a gift from God. So many good people have moved on, like Hank Lacayo, Mayor Garcia, and last but not least, my friend, Mayor Dan Del Campo. Sadly, few people are willing and able to take the baton to keep the community going. There are a few people who are involved, but sadly, when I look closely, almost all of them are in it for themselves because they hope to run for office and get their name in front rather than serve the community. Dan's picture is still on Google Images with a big sign that said, "Not for sale." That was one of his slogans that he ran on. We have lost some battles at the Planning Commission, and there has been an opportunity always for citizens to appeal the decision, but now the fee is about $1,500. Not too long ago, it was $500. And at least two council members have run on the platform of representing residents, not for sale, like Dan Del Campo said. But nobody does anything about it. They just smile. Thank you. I like the smile. Better than a frown, right? There have been at least two cases recently. One is a car wash that is going to ruin a neighborhood in Newbury Park that people wanted to appeal but could not raise the money. Also, there was another case, but my memory is going, so I don't remember it, but the people know about it, that deserved to be appealed. I want to congratulate the council for defeating Oakmont. It was not a vote against seniors, it was the location. Real estate is location. Unfortunately, our neighbors down the hill from us in Camarillo lost to Oakmont. So I do want to thank, I think it was a 5-0 vote, and appreciate all the hard work that you do.
Thank you, Mr. Kidwai. This concludes our public comments, and we will now go to our consent calendar. Are there any items which council members would like to remove for further discussion? I personally would like to remove item 7O. Anyone else? Then I'm looking for a motion. Mr. Price?
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. I would move the balance of the consent calendar.
Madam Mayor, we have one public speaker.
We do, don't we? Mr. Kidwai, you should have stayed at the podium. All right, Mr. Kidwai.
Thank you for being so friendly. Nick Kidwai, resident of Newbury Park. Forgot to mention Director of Concerned Citizens since 1991. First of all, I have not read the minutes of June 13th that are being presented, but I have a feeling that they are still same un-American minutes that have been presented for the last 5, 6, 7 years, unlike the good minutes that, if you go in the 80s, 90s, that actually tell you what has happened. I'm very concerned about F, which is decorative lighting for the boulevard. While I appreciate and others appreciate the enthusiasm of the council to develop with our money, taxpayer money, the boulevard rather than privately, especially to put these items on the consent calendar is completely wrong. It's $34,000 plus. No, the whole thing is $109,000. And as one who follows the council, I mean, most people don't know, but during the Great Recession, we had a cutback on a crime night out, which cost just $10,000 out of pocket. One of the best things to reduce crime in the. And our neighbors in Simi and even in Oxnard still have it. I was told by the last city manager that it would come back when good times roll around. You have all this money to hand out, but not enough to reduce the crime. Thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you, Mr. Kidwai. We don't have any further speakers, so we have a motion to approve the consent calendar minus item O. Please vote.
The motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. And I am pulling item O, which deals with the City Council top 10 priorities, for the simple reason that all of us council members who have participated in the visioning guideline workshops for our 50th anniversary will appreciate to see that we're now incorporating those visioning guidelines in our city council goals to make sure that we are truly meeting the objectives which were established with the help of hundreds upon hundreds of residents in 2014, was it? Yes, 2014. So that's our first step toward really and truly implementing the guiding principles now in our everyday decision making. And that's all. So thank you, staff, for doing that, and I'll move to approve. I do. Oh, is that because you had it on there first? Adam wanted to do it. Never mind. Go ahead and do it.
Yeah. Okay, Mayor.
Okay. Please vote.
The motion carries 5-0.
Normally, the mayor doesn't really make a motion to vote, but in this case, since it's a formality, it wasn't that big a deal. It wouldn't have been a big deal. Okay, so now we're moving to I was going to move to follow-up comments by the city manager.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just follow up on public speakers from earlier. The gentleman that talked about accessory dwelling units, we'll make sure to reach out to him and talk in more detail about options and strategy there. And then the gentleman who had questions regarding the downtown, we are absolutely seeing a lot of activity that's occurring in the downtown area, and we'll be certain to include him in our process moving forward to make sure he's aware. We're always interested in having residents active in our process. That's it.
Thank you. All right. Our first public hearing, which is really the only public hearing, is the Landscape and Lighting Assessment District. Madam Clerk, would you please open that hearing?
Hearing, advertised as required by law, is open to consider Agenda Item 8A regarding Landscape and Lighting Assessment District, LLAD number 79-2, Annual Levy. A speaker card is available for those wishing to address the City Council regarding this public hearing, and we currently do not have any public speakers.
Thank you. That item will be presented by our Deputy Public Works Director, Mr. Cliff Finley. Good evening.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. The engineering report and annual levy of assessments for the Landscape and Lighting District comes before the council for approval annually. Approximately 43% of the city is within the Landscape District, and about 82% of the city is within the Lighting District. There are no proposed annexations into either district this year. On June 13th, the council initiated the intent to levy assessments for the district and scheduled the public hearing for this evening. Proposed increases for the lighting district is 3%, and the average increase for the landscape assessment over all 39 zones is 3.4%. The recommendations are provided in the staff report, and we are here to answer any questions that you have this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Finley. Are there any questions by council? I really don't see any. Okay, we don't have any speakers, so at this time, then I will close the public hearing and open it up to a discussion and or motion. Anyone? Mr. Adam.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I will move 8A.
Any discussions regarding the motion? None? Please vote.
That motion carries 5-0.
Thank you very much. And we now move to our meaty item of the evening, which is our marijuana policy. And this one will be presented by our Community Development Director, Mr. Mark Town, and he will be accompanied by our consultant, Dave McPherson of HDL Companies. Good evening.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council. As we all get seated here, we are pleased to present this item for your consideration. And the real purpose of tonight's item regarding marijuana policy is to provide some recent information that staff has acquired through surveys, to provide an overview of the marijuana policy issue, and then to receive direction from yourselves regarding how you would like to proceed on this topic moving forward. In terms of a bit of background, in 2015, the state approved the two different laws. Well, one just changed the name, but really they had to do with medical marijuana, allowing it statewide. The Medical Cannabis Regulation and Safety Act is the MCRSA, the current title. In January of 2016, the City Council did take action to prohibit medical marijuana in the community. Later that same year, last year, Prop 64, the Adult Use of Marijuana Act, was passed in the state regarding non-medical marijuana. And I think you're aware of these numbers, but they bear repeating. Support for Prop 64 at a statewide level was 56%. In Ventura County, support was 55%, and in Thousand Oaks, it was 54%. In December of last year, the City Council did prohibit non-medical marijuana in the community via an urgency ordinance. There is a provision in the city's ordinance that allows for limited cultivation of marijuana for personal use, up to 6 plants, subject to certain restrictions, as is allowed under ALMA. In March of this year, a normal ordinance was adopted that extended continued the prohibition, not really extended it, but continued it on the broad field of commercial marijuana. As you recall, in late March, we held a public workshop here on the topic and heard a variety of opinions and presented information. And then from March to June of this year, the city conducted 3 different public surveys, and the intent of those surveys was to dig a little deeper into local sentiments toward marijuana. We knew obviously that there was 54% support for Prop 64, but did not know exactly what aspects of the sort of continuum of medical marijuana and non-medical marijuana activity would be supported locally. So that was the overarching purpose of the surveys. And they consisted of 3. The first 2 were community attitude surveys conducted by the city. The first one, phase 1, we called it, was a random sample. It was based on a random sample. Therefore, it is a statistically valid representation of the community. It was conducted in March, and we had almost 600 respondents to that survey. It was conducted by a consultant, True North Research, and applicants had the option of either responding via phone or online. But again, that was the statistically valid survey. We did follow it up with a phase 2 survey. And by the way, these were both conducted as part, essentially, of the city's biannual survey of residents for community attitudes. But the phase 2 survey was open to all residents, conducted over a slightly longer period of time, and it reached or had a response overall number of about 1,600. That survey was based on mailers that were mailed out to residents in the city with unique PIN numbers, personal identification numbers. And so one could then log in on the city's website with that PIN and express their opinions, not only on marijuana, but on a variety of other topics of local interest. So the respondents to the Phase 2 survey were self-selected. They were not based on a random sample. So it's not statistically valid in that sense, but it is an effort to provide additional outreach on this important topic as well as others. Then we also had an online survey, open all residents over a 3-month period, and there were about 1,000 respondents to that survey. That was hosted on our website. There were no PIN numbers. It was not a statistically valid sample in the context of being random, but it does provide another venue of public input. These surveys focused on 3 fundamental questions: how the public feels about dispensaries, both medical and non-medical, delivery, both medical and non-medical, and the topic of commercial cultivation. So here are the responses to the Phase 1 survey, the statistically valid survey. So what I'd like to draw your attention to is first of all, this pair of bars. This is for medical dispensaries, and green signifies support, red signifies opposition. So what we have in terms of local responses on medical dispensaries is support for them. 56% of the respondents supported, 38% opposed. If we move over a couple of pairs of bars to the right, over here, we look at medical delivery. 63% in support, 30% opposed. This survey had a 4% margin of error, so these are strong numbers. And then if you look at the other pairs for non-medical dispensaries, and if you move to the right, non-medical deliveries and commercial cultivation, it shifts. You have from 55 to 58% opposition to all 3 of those categories. So we didn't see the support for non-medical, either dispensaries or deliveries that we saw for the same in terms of medical use. And then we did not see support in terms of commercial cultivation on private property. These are the results from Phase 2. And what they tell us, if we first draw our attention to the pair of bars that we on the far left, we still see support for medical dispensaries. It's a little bit less than we saw before. We still see support for medical delivery services, a little bit less than before. And for the other categories, non-medical dispensaries and deliveries and cultivation, we see slightly stronger opposition. But the Phase 2 results generally reflect the Phase 1 data that we obtained. Now, if we look at the informal online survey, which was not, again, random nor based on unique PINs, et cetera, you see support across the board for both medical and non-medical and commercial cultivation. So these are the results of opinions that were expressed online. We made an effort to restrict it to Thousand Oaks residents. But again, we didn't have the controls we had on the other 2, but nonetheless, it's another source of information for your consideration. So some of the takeaways that I think one can draw from this, particularly the community attitude surveys and focused in on Phase 1 in particular, is that we did see apparent support for both medical marijuana dispensaries and delivery services. We tended to see opposition to non-medical, aka recreational, but we saw that opposition to non-medical and also saw the opposition to commercial cultivation in terms of the community attitude surveys. Again, as I noted earlier, for the online survey, we saw support for all. At this point in the presentation, I'd like to turn it over to Mr. Dave McPherson to my left. Mr. McPherson is the city's consultant on marijuana policy. He's an expert on the topic and has been working with us throughout. What Mr. McPherson will do now is provide you with an overview of various aspects of the licensing categories and sort of elements of the marijuana industry.
Thank you, Mark. Good to be with you again, Mayor and City Council. This slide here reflects of both the different types of categories, and I think what's interesting to just touch on, since we just actually got confirmation that the Governor's Trailer Bill, SB 94, passed, is that these are the various categories that are both on the medical and non-medical side. And they are unique as far as on different components, as far as what you may consider, but they're also going to have in the regulations some consolidation in some of the functionalities. But they will have their independency for whatever decision if you wish to just have one or the other or none. But let's talk about the first one, and that's on the top of is the cultivation. Last time we talked about the different types of permits, the size of the facilities. The type 1's a 5,000 square foot, 2's at 10,000, type 3's are 22,000 or more. Those are the small, medium, and large. Prop 64 brought in for initially for recreational a type 5 permit under cultivation, which that will be blended in a little bit under the SB 94 bill as far as being allowed for grows on both sides of that. And then we mentioned about the micro business, which is a consolidation of a facility that has a cultivation of 10,000 square feet or less that actually can consolidate the manufacturing, the distribution, the delivery, transportation under one roof. And it's just on the manufacturing side, they can only do non-volatile aspects if they did that. But they can't do testing, and that's the micro business. So they're kind of linked, and then that crossing over. The delivery component of this for medical at one time was that it had to be tied to a dispensary in our last conversation about 6 months ago. Since then, the state regulations came out that said that you can't use a third-party individual, and then the bill that the SB 94 just came out is going to allow now the same delivery, but call it a non-retailer permit, which is technically a delivery has to work out of a commercial location, but they will be able to do deliveries. So as we look at the consideration for all the other categories, we talked about time, place, and manner issues, and these are things to consider in discussion for an ordinance put together, but it addresses your concerns and some of the concerns in the survey and also the constituents' comments that were provided in here. And that is on the first 4 or 5 slides, except for the application process, and that will be determined based on any consideration if you move forward with allowing anything of what that process would look like. And there's various components of looking at that we chatted about. A good merit process, but the limited number of permits is probably the recommended route to go. And we will talk about tax policy in a different slide in a little more detail about what the difference between the fee and a tax. But one of the things I think is important here in a tax policy is to remind everyone that the tax is in a position on the business and not the residents or the community, so they don't think they're being taxed for that. And then the chief last time talked about the priorities of public safety, which should still be a high priority with that, and that's where the time, place, and manner things come into the ordinance to make sure that those values that are reflective of what you would like to see in an ordinance. So I mentioned about the cultivation. The first bullet here, really just the definition of what cultivation entails. So you can see the different touching points of it that can be done. And then the breakdown of the indoor-outdoor, the makeup of the community probably was more reflective of an indoor demand versus outdoor of limitations of what's allowed here as compared to if it was in a rural area or to the unincorporated area would be more appropriate. And I mentioned the growth sizes already, the type 1s, 2s, and 3s, and then the micro business. And then the one thing I didn't get touched on in that early component was the type 5s, which is going to be greater than 22,000 square feet, which is focused to be for recreational, but with SB 94 now passing, there may be some changes in trying to simplify that. The goal of SB 94 was really to bring everything to a low common denominator so that all these different categories will be reflective in consolidation. And with that said, one of the categories that's associated with that is transportation or transporter, where that'll be blended in, where prior to the two laws that we had, transportation was going to be a separate component, but now transportation could be done either a business can use their own transportation, or they can use a transporter permit or distribution license independent from that. Before SB 94 passed it was mandated that they had to use an independent transporter. So that is a license to be looking at for moving product around. And again, the difference between a transportation license and a delivery is deliveries for delivering to an end user versus a transporter is more the wholesale side of the product being moved from one licensee to another licensee. And we had a little bit of conversation last time about the myth of these big trucks. These are can be small commercial type vans that will be used, kind of what you see the new mail delivery carriers carrying now, the kind of the Mercedes or the mid-sized commercial vans that don't have windows and are very secure. And then linked to that, again, the distribution is going to be very much linked to it, where they could be separate licenses. That's going to be a blend of both of those together. The state agencies are right now determining how they're going to do the regulations now that we've got an official position on SB 94. But that is a fixed location, just like a warehouse, where product will be on site for a distribution facility. The manufacturing is gotten a little more unique from the new regs. They've actually added 2 subcategories in there, but the initial ones were a type 6, which is a non-solvent, and a type 7, which is a solvent. And now we have 2 more types of permits that are going to really focus on the packaging and repackaging and dealing with the tinctures and lotions and ointments of that nature, so that it doesn't necessarily doing the extractions from the machines themselves. So that's 2 subcategories that are new in the new regulations. The testing facility is going to be for the quality assurance component of this, which is important to make sure that the product that's going, that people are putting on their body or putting into their system, has got a good oversight for quality of the product. And this is the one category that is going to be definitely separation from everything else. We're now that businesses can have multiple types of permits under one roof, and they can have multiple permits that they can have ownership to. This is the one that will be clearly defined as a separation of duty to make sure that there's no changes or concerns regarding what kind of product is coming in and out of there. We had a lot of conversation on dispensaries, and again, this will be at a retail location depending on the proper zoning of it and where you want to have it, and part of the discussion at the end of our presentation. And then typically it is in commercial or industrial zones that are appropriately looking for the land use, which would be effective usage for that area. And then concerns again with the high priority of this being public access to things like any walk-in traffic where there's concerns of safety, that there would be high priority on security, law enforcement access, limitation on hours that you feel comfortable with. State law allows from 6 o'clock in the morning to 10 o'clock at night, but again, you can restrict hours, be more restrictive on anything that you wish to allow or regulate. We had the conversation about by appointments only to limit that for a control component, or walk-ins like any other traffic of a retail business where there is no restrictions on there. and the pros and cons of both of those based on where you would have them zoned at. Then again, the concern from not only the safety of the patient going into these or the person going into the facilities, but also for the staff, because they'll be handling with a lot of cash and having on-site security and appropriate separation of not easy access to get into the facility to rob or to commit any burglaries in there. And then the proximity to sensitive land uses, both laws. MARSA says that it's limited to 600 feet from a K through 12. Prop 64 says that it's K through 600 feet to K through 12. Daycare or youth facilities, and the local agency has a little bit of discretion to modify those based on their assessment of their land uses. But those are the standard 600 feet for those categories. Any additional categories you can consider that you could put in there as part of the discussion. Then there was some comments and questions regarding do you allow just THC? I mean, allow THC versus CBD only, the pros and cons on having that. We shared about, THC has a value for a medicine, even though that is the psychoactive component that referred to as getting the high, but there are certain elements that are more reflective of using of that. So, one type of patient uses that versus a CBD is used for other types of patients. So if you limit it to one, you're going to eliminate 50% of one type of patient having access to it, or allowing both activities into a dispensary. And then we had a conversation regarding deliveries, the pros and cons of that. Of course, the safety issue of going out into the street and traffic congestions or people going in residential communities. Again, you can put restrictions on those. We talked about how much cash you can carry, how you can do that, time of days you can do deliveries, limit the amount of deliveries you can do, or how much they can have in their possession. Should they operate in conjunction with the dispensary versus not? Now you can have the non-retailer commercial delivery component of that. Do you allow outside deliveries to come in here into town? What's the concerns of that, especially if you allow dispensaries in town where it will limit their control? And again, the regulatory permit where you have control, if something's coming from the outside, you have less control of that versus if it's coming from within your own boundaries and you have a regulated permit on there. And then operating it, again, the trailer bill as far as the non-retailer component of that. Again, that's a delivery that can be at a commercial location but doesn't have any foot traffic that comes into that. And we mentioned about the time, place, and manner issues already of the hours of operation, the vehicle identification, the vehicle ID, product amounts are going to be state law regulations that are going to be in place as well. But then again, you can limit the cash possession limitations on the deliveries to save any safety issues. So the two big questions is how do we pay for this if we have to have staff work on this, and then what do we look out for some potential opportunity from an economic development or benefits from a tax perspective. And the first part is the fees. That's a Prop 26 requirement. Means it's a reasonable fee to offset the cost and make you whole for everything that you would do from an initial application to an ongoing regulatory fee, or to any other cost. For example, just because you get a permit, you still have to do your normal building planning fees associated with any improvements to any facility, and you'll be made whole on that. So when we talk about police needs for background and extra resources, to having to contract with the fire district to do anything regarding fire marshal related stuff, from code enforcement to administration's oversight, to the planning and coding or any other thing that goes in there, you would be doing a cost analysis determining what all those fees are to make you whole. So this is not coming out of the tax nor a burden to your taxpayers or your community. And then once you get them in the door, should that be your desire, then it's do we tax them, and what do we do on a tax? There's to do that, it would be a voter approval again. And you can do a general 50+1 tax, or you can do a special tax. Again, as you know, 66% plus, you would need to do a 2/3 tax. So it's suggested that consideration of the low entry point for general purposes would be a general tax. The timing of that, of when you would do that, probably looking at November 2018 at the earliest, considering on the normal route, depending on what you consider doing. And more importantly is, the big question always is what do we tax them at? Both the concerns from what you want to derive benefit-wise, but also what do we tax so that we have a sustainable business that we want to come into our community, that we don't overtax them or regulate them, because there's going to be a lot of other costs associated with the state taxes now from Prop 64, that you tax them too high, then they're not sustainable, and then it causes problems with you because of black market and them cutting corners. So as you look at a tax measure, it would be important to look at that. The trends that were a year and a half ago that were higher when there was less people of entry point were higher ranges. That has come down significantly. In where 10% seemed to be more of a norm, it seems to be more in the 4 to 6% range, and that varies by the number of permits that you allow into the community to offset some of those things.
Great. Thank you, Dave. At this point, staff wanted to open up the presentation for any questions that the council may have of staff or of Mr. McPherson before proceeding further.
Are there any questions? Mr. Adam.
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, I just want to say that I think it was very important that the city went ahead and conducted these surveys. It gives us a good idea of what the people are thinking. I believe we're the only city in Ventura County that's actually done some formal polling. And it's also interesting of the first two that would be considered statistically valid was almost a complete flip between medical versus recreational, 2-to-1 for medical, 2-to-1 against recreational. So, you know, it's helpful to see what people are thinking. Second of all, just to be clear on something, in the presentation there were 7 different licensing uses for marijuana. And the state of California has, of course, made medicinal marijuana legal as well as recreational. It comes into effect January 2018. However, the state has also said that local municipalities have a say over any one of these 7 uses. We could say yes to all 7, we could deny all 7, we could pick and choose between the 7, but unlike the state in some cases, we have been given the ability to decide what will be allowed within our city. So I think that's important that we make a note of that. And with that, I just had a couple of quick questions, if I may. It was mentioned in here what they call a non-retail storefront, and which I presume would be more for medicinal marijuana. What is that? What would that look like? I mean, are we talking about a marijuana leaf out in front and people coming in and out, or how does that look?
Well, there's 2 parts to that. One is just for clarification. You could have it sitting on, you know, a retail location, or you can have it on the 3rd floor of a commercial building because there's no foot traffic involved. It would be vendors bringing product to the business. You know, they would have it properly secured, you know, probably a vault inside that facility where they secure it at night. But they would just have it where they're taking download orders. It could be from phone calls, and they're packaging it, and there's, you know, the way they package it and seal it and take it off, and they put it in cars and deliver it. So you may not even know that they even exist. It may look like a sales office that for all intents and purposes, but obviously because they're permitted, they're going to kind of know where they're at. So that look will not even look like, and you can shape that. That's the time, place, and manner things where you can say, well, if you're a non-retailer, we don't want anything there other than a small sign like any other business that would be at an office building. If you put it on the retail, you know, obviously that's then someone's taking retail space out of it where they're not necessarily doing walk-in traffic, but it's easy access to getting to vehicles. If they have multiple, say they had 3 delivery drivers, they're not going up and down an office building to get the in and out of a building. So You can envision that to a doctor's office looking, where no one even knows until they're just walking out of it, or very discreet recreation or retail facility that has no walk-in traffic.
Okay. So it could be in a very nondescript location, kind of out of the way, maybe in a commercial area, away from the city core, so to speak. And you, as you say, you might not even know there were marijuana was being distributed there, correct?
Correct. And you can have it in an industrial area too, because
An
you don't have any
industrial
football.
area, yeah. Okay.
One thing
The other
really quick,
question would be...
Mr. Adam?
Yes.
Just one thing really quick. For SB 94 that was actually signed today,
Okay.
they have a change, an amendment to this in regards to non-retail, but it's really for non-retail delivery. And in that, there's an option that for non-retail delivery, they can actually close it to the public, so public can't even go to that facility. It would only be for the delivery purposes only. And it could be it has to be in a commercial area, but it's a change that they put into here. So there's a little bit difference between a dispensary and now they've added this delivery, but non-retail delivery kind of component to it.
Okay. Well, that's kind of going to be my next question then. So if we have this non-retail, nondescript, tucked away location, could deliveries happen from that as well as sales?
Yeah, basically it is a delivery. It's just another way of saying it. So it's not delivery, because delivery can also be tied to a dispensary. So just for clarification, it's a place where there is no foot traffic. You cannot physically have customers on the premise. It's only where they either call it in or it's downloaded from the internet, and you have drivers that have pre-orders and they drive it off and go deliver it there. It's just a commercial location that they're physically at and inventories at, that's at a commercial, versus now we have delivery services that work out of homes and other places that are not safe for them to be at, nor are they regulated.
But conversely, you could have no delivery at all, and pickup would be by appointment only, correct?
No, not on the non-retailer. That would be then, now you would be doing the opposite, where it'd be a dispensary where you're restricting how they do their business or how the patients come to them.
Is that because of what was just passed?
No, I think SB 94, it was just adding some things to the delivery component and to the retail component. Again, you can have a dispensary that is appointment only, and you can have a dispensary that's a typical storefront that has both people coming into the store from the sidewalk versus also appointments. Now with delivery, you also have a non-retail component where they can keep it closed to the public but do the deliveries only. So two different categories there.
All right. Now, just the delivery portion concerns me a little bit. In fact, I wanted to ask Chief Hagel if he might come up for just a moment, because the last time we had the discussion, we talked about this business of, if the council were to move towards dispensing medicinal marijuana to sick people that need it, what would be the best way to get that out there? And I think you had an opinion about delivery versus a fixed location. Maybe you could share a little bit about.
Yes. As you mentioned, we did discuss this at our last outreach that we did. From a law enforcement aspect, it would be my preference to use what you're describing, an actual structure for people to go to for security reasons, because then you're dealing with a mobile application with a vehicle with much less control, clearly greater chance for robbery of the person doing the delivery, and we're looking out for their safety on this topic. That's really the driving force, versus at a structure which clearly has obvious signs of security there. People are going to be less likely to rob the business person that's providing the services. However, that said, you're engaging in a process that's unprecedented. This is new territory for everybody. We haven't seen anything like this since Prohibition, socially. So, my recommendation, if that's what you're asking me, would be from the law enforcement opinion, would be to start with a dispensary type situation, and then evaluate that after time, and then reevaluate and look for deliveries later. See how it's going.
Okay. All right. Yeah, and I mean, it seems to me that if if we lean toward delivery, that could not only mean delivery from a dispensary here in Thousand Oaks to residents, but could it not mean delivery from out of the area, from into the city as well?
I think,
which I think
you could control. In a sense, you can say it's only going to be from a dispensary, for example. You can say the delivery service that you're going to approve tonight, or you're going to approve in concept, would be only from a dispensary. That is one of your options. There's actually, with SB 94, there's multiple options now. You can allow for a delivery service coming out from a different area, different county. You can allow just from a dispensary. You can allow this hybrid now of the non-retail delivery service, or you can not allow delivery, period. The concern you have, obviously, with delivery is it's very difficult to control, as Chief Eagle was mentioning. It's very difficult to monitor, and obviously the answer is if you don't have any deliveries, you know that's the rule, and you put that into the code that we are not permitting delivery service in this city, this jurisdiction. That's easier to control for code enforcement and for police services in that sense.
Well, like Chief Eagle said, we're in uncharted territory here. Sometimes it's good to take small steps.
Yeah, I'm a big believer in baby steps.
Yeah. And since I have you up there, just one other quick question, and then I'll be quiet. Chief, how do we, I mean, these cards that people can get online, you have a doctor
recommendation,
and we all know that there's some abuse in that. Is there any way we can somehow avoid that, or is it just part of the game?
Well, you know the answer right now. The answer is there's nothing we can do to avoid that. We're not tooled up to go and force doctors giving recommendations, or clinics going down to Venice Beach and getting clinics in and out in 2 minutes. That type of situation clearly going on in public. However, there are legitimate physicians issuing recommendations throughout the greater area. So it's a conundrum for sure.
Yeah, it is, because, I mean, certainly we want to help people that are sick, and I think that marijuana does have medicinal value. But then there's always a little bit of abuse that we see. Thank you, Chief, for coming down. Thank you for answering my questions, staff.
Thank you, Mr. Adam. Mr. Price.
Yes, thank you. So when you were discussing the non-retail storefront, really not a storefront, it would be a non-retail business, and if they wanted to deliver as well, that would require 2 separate licenses. Is that correct, under this structure?
So if a dispensary wants to sell on-site and deliver, it's part of, they can do it. If it's a non-retailer, so pretty much a delivery, the only really difference between the definition of the delivery versus non-retailer now is that they're saying that it has to be at a commercial location and you can't have any foot traffic. So it pretty much is all delivery. They can't do it through mail, and they can't have people come to them. So
I was going to say, where do they get their product that they're then going to deliver?
Yeah, so part of the presentation indicated that they will have vendors bring product to them, so they'll store enough on their site. So let's say hypothetically, I was in an office suite. I'm on the 2nd floor, and I'm set up in there that's been permitted and follows all the compliance that you have from. People call me in. I know kind of what I'm averaging or what products I use. I have a vendor base that provides me maybe a week's supply, and I have it on site. So when you call me or I go online and product's there, I just loaded it into whatever I'm going to do and then go do those deliveries. And it will be only deliveries.
So that then doesn't require a dispensing license and a delivery license? That's really the...
No, it doesn't require a dispensary license, but it does require the non-retailer permit.
Okay.
So you can't do both. You can't be a dispensary for having foot traffic and allowed, because that's not, you're getting a permit basically for just deliveries.
Got it. But you're allowed to have a facility where you store it under...
Correct. You can have it at that commercial location, which is your registered permitted location.
So Councilmember Adam touched upon the issue with the cards that doctors or what are we calling them? Not really prescription cards. They're what?
Recommendations.
Recommendations. Thank you. That's the word I was looking for. The recommendations. I think that, as he very appropriately pointed out, that is a system that has been abused. And, part of the big problem I have with this whole thing is that it seems like we're trying to put the cart before the horse here when the state of California is continuing to try and come up with the rules under which this newly formed businesses would operate. So I think, to your point about taking baby steps, Chief, I think never is it more important than now that we do take baby steps. If we're going to entertain anything here in the city of Thousand Oaks, I think that we need to take baby steps. And I'll harken back to our last meeting where I think it was Councilmember Fox talked about the granny flat issue, and that we need to start small, and we can always amend it if it is appropriate to do so at a later date. And I am certainly in favor of doing that sort of thing now. But trying to see whether or not I have any other questions in that. That was more of a statement. But I did want to. I think that's it for now.
Thank you. Mr. McCoy.
My question's for the chief. Sorry to make you have to stand up.
I'm writing notes.
Chief, currently, if you just go online, you look at some of the apps, non-medical marijuana deliveries in our city. And at this point, it'd be a misdemeanor. But there is delivery of non-medical marijuana in our city.
Correct.
The two questions I have is, have we ever had one of the vehicles robbed? And then secondly, have any of them ever been cited for a misdemeanor since you've been in this position?
I have seen neither of those in our city. I've heard of them in adjoining cities throughout the county, but not in ours, mostly in the more rural areas.
And have there been any misdemeanors cited at all?
No.
Okay. But you are aware that it does exist?
Yeah, it's virtually unbelievably difficult, the web pages you're talking about in the dark web, to be enforcing the deliveries.
Understood. But it does exist?
Absolutely.
All right. Thanks, Chief.
Yep.
I do have a couple of questions. How are the deliveries of narcotics, opioids to pharmacies being handled currently?
I don't know the answer to that, but that is because it's a federal regulator. They probably have the same kind of requirements for moving product and inventorying it and oversight to that. And of course, it's at the federal level, so I think the drug enforcement would have more oversight to how that is managed. Parallel to what you're doing at this level, but of course the scrutiny is a lot more significant, and the penalties for that because of a Controlled Substance Act.
Correct. And I do have a question for the chief again. Have there been any...
I would be up there, but there's not a fit.
There's not enough room,
yeah,
I know.
But I like the exercise.
Okay. Have there been any reports of any of the delivery trucks which deliver to pharmacies, the triplicate drugs being robbed or anything like that?
Interestingly enough, we do have nearly epidemic robberies, felony robberies of opioids, all of your Zoloft, morphine, Demerol, all painkillers, Oxycontin on a regular basis, but the crooks are gotten really smart. And so what they're doing is if they rob you, the pharmacist or a delivery person during the daytime, they will most likely go to state or federal prison. Our pharmacies are broken into all of the time at night because it's a lesser charge. You can go to county jail and get the same product. So across the county and regularly in the Conejo Valley, we have burglary attempts regularly at nighttime, very sophisticated burglary attempts and successful attempts have taken of all of your opioids. It's epidemic level throughout the state and in our county. We have regular meetings weekly about it. So this is, again, one of the other concerns. They will always take the path of least resistance to commit the crime.
Thank you.
You bet.
If there are no additional questions from council members, then I will call our speakers. We do have 12 speakers, and each speaker has 3 minutes. The first speaker will be Nancy Chappelle, followed by Daniel Matera this time, and James Healy. Again, you have 3 minutes.
Remind me how to do this. Do I need to push a button? I'm sorry. Okay. Thank you. Thank you for allowing the opportunity for us to speak. Thank you for your questions. I'm here to represent a sometimes unpopular view. It's a view that often inspires ridicule and scorn. In particular, I'm here to represent parents who have watched their dreams for their kids turn to nightmares, and this is no exaggeration. So my question is, how are we going to protect the kids? I haven't heard that question yet so far. So I'd like to focus on that question. Anyone who says marijuana is harmless is operating on questionable anecdotal evidence. There's plenty of anecdotal and scientific evidence to the contrary, particularly when it comes to kids. So while relying on our own experience to say marijuana is harmless, I respectfully ask that those that share that opinion also take into account the other side and not dismiss it. Marijuana is not harmless. Just ask anyone with a 14-year-old girl or boy who has lost interest in life and their ability to cope. I'm personally not opposed to marijuana for a legitimate medical need. But I believe that we need to dispense it responsibly, and I thank you for bringing up the issue of these cards. At best, they're a charade. At worst, they're a cruel joke, and extremely irresponsible. Our kids are running around with pill bottles full of marijuana with goofy names like Purple Paradise. We're fooling ourselves if we're thinking this is okay. This is not okay. Proponents of marijuana love to say that it's never killed anyone. That doesn't mean it has never taken a life. Over the years, our community has worked hard to preserve its special character. I remember as a kid hearing the debates and struggles over things like slow growth and other issues. I ask that you avoid the easy way out on this issue and continue to make the hard decisions to keep the Caneo a great place to live. And in this case, to tread very carefully, as has been suggested, and to make the protection of our kids a priority. Thank you.
Daniel Matera, followed by James Healy and Mark Wallace.
Members of the council, Madam Mayor, thank you for this opportunity. My name is Dan Matera. I am a 20-year resident of Thousand Oaks. I am a retired Los Angeles firefighter. I am here to speak against any form of legalized marijuana sales in Thousand Oaks. Keeping in mind the primary reason we're here is because of the community attitude surveys. A total, statistically valid or not, a total of 3,600 people responded. Call it 60% voted in favor of legalized marijuana. That's 1.5% of our 130,000 population, 1.5%. And we're going to tamper with the safety and security and parents and children in Thousand Oaks for 1.5%. What is statistically valid is every state that has passed legalization of marijuana has had an increase in auto accidents. Yet another thing for police officers to deal with, driving under the influence. Many cities have passed ordinances against legalized marijuana. Out and out, it's against the law because it is a gateway drug that is still against the law by federal law. The term medical marijuana is disingenuous at best. In reality, it's a scam. It's a joke. I have personally responded to many fire department incidents, assaults, shootings, and fires at medical marijuana dispensaries that were based on marijuana being distributed. One might anecdotally ask also, as we would drive by these medical marijuana dispensaries, it's awfully funny that the line to get medical marijuana is always longer on Saturday nights and New Year's Eve. Are the symptoms worse then? Two groups of people want legal pot, the users and those that make a lot of money off those users, neither of which necessarily may live in Thousand Oaks. 130,000 of us do, though. So you, our city council, have an opportunity right now. You can make it against the law to dispense marijuana in Thousand Oaks. Keep it that way.
James Healy, followed by Mark Wallace and Joshua Wright.
I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to speak here today. The report by your expert was really impressive. All the information there rang true. And also what the chief mentioned about safety as far as delivery service versus a fixed location, I believe that to be true. Let's talk about the kids, because, yeah, safety for kids is very important. And people are going to get marijuana. It's going to happen. And I remember when I was in 8th grade, and my buddy said, hey, let's get some pot. Okay, that sounds cool. Let's try it. And he called up the local guy, The local guy came by to the middle school parking lot, and he gave us our pot. But he also offered us coke and meth. And so you want to talk about safety for kids. People who are over 21 who want to get weed should be able to get weed safely. And, that's really all I have to say. Thank you.
Mark Wallace, followed by Joshua Wright and Sarah Armstrong.
Good evening. It's evening. Good evening. I'm the outreach director of the local chapter of Naranon, which is a support group for families of addicts, marijuana addicts, as well as hard drug addicts. Unfortunately, the public has a misconception that there's a substantial difference between medical marijuana users and recreational marijuana users. Now, there's no question that marijuana can be efficacious in certain diseases, and people with those clinically demonstrable legitimate diseases should definitely have access to marijuana as a therapy. But as mentioned in Becca Whitnall's article in last week's Acorn, the medical marijuana system has been gamed to the point in which the only people that can't get a medical marijuana recommendation are dead people. I won't get into how easy it is to get a medical marijuana recommendation in 15 minutes and $20. The overwhelming people with a medical marijuana recommendation have no clinical need for marijuana. But the public has a misconception about this, and that's reflected in the results of the survey. 50+% of the respondents voted positively for medical marijuana, and only 35% voted positively for recreational marijuana. Yet the user populations are essentially the same, except for that relatively small group that really needs marijuana for their health. Furthermore, there's been very reputable studies that marijuana is a gateway drug to other drugs. Organizations like the National Institute of Health, Yale University, the New York Times, and other organizations have peer-reviewed studies clearly showing it's a gateway to hard drugs. Not for everybody, but just for some people. By continuing to prohibit the sale and delivery of marijuana in our city, we will join hundreds of other cities in other states where marijuana is legal saying, not in our city. You look at some maps of Oregon and other places, cities say, no, not here. Banning marijuana will decrease, or approving it, will increase the visibility of marijuana to our children. It will increase the number of stone drivers on our roads, to say nothing of the fact that it can be a gateway drug to hard drugs.
Thank you.
Newsflash, we're in a drug epidemic in this country. You see it on TV all the time.
Thank you, Mr. Wallace. Thank you, Mr. Wallace. Your time has been up for a while. Your time is up.
Just to finish up, people with a real need for marijuana can drive to a marijuana-friendly city. It's unfortunate that they have to do that, but it's a result of the corruption of the Medical Marijuana Act.
Sarah Armstrong, Joshua Wright, followed by Sarah Armstrong. Joshua Wright, Sarah Armstrong, Lori Robinson. And please, if you can, stick to your 3 minutes. We would appreciate that. Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. Thank you for hearing everybody tonight. My name is Joshua Wright. I've been a resident of Thousand Oaks for over 30 years. I spoke last time at the council meeting on this topic, and I'm happy to see that the council is moving forward with a responsible approach and assisting our community's needs. A few things about me. I am a local business owner on the boulevard for almost 20 years. My wife volunteers for a nonprofit within the local community within our city. I am a family man with 2 awarded and honor roll children within the local school system. And I've been approached by thousands of people to become a local provider. Aside from the surveys, I also did an independent petition where I have hundreds of residents looking for some sort of safe access within the city. I am prepared to provide safe access cannabis within Thousand Oaks to our residents. I've secured 2 brick and mortar locations on the boulevard within the specific plan. And I'm ready to begin working directly with the city staff and the council to achieve a proper dispensary. Thousand Oaks prides itself on being a compassionate community and serving and caring for its residents. I'd like to see the same level of care and compassion extend to those in need of cannabis as their form of treatment. They should not be treated differently than any other resident. God forbid anyone gets sick or has to deal with a serious illness, but if they do, I'd like to see compassion and safe access for our fellow neighbors who are entitled to this medicine while maintaining a clean and safe environment for them. Our residents should be treated with the same respect and dignity as any other patient getting their medication from a Walgreens, Rite Aid, or CVS, or the other dozen independent pharmacies located throughout Thousand Oaks. They should not have to resort to getting their medicine outside of our own community or in some gray market. There is a reason why so many people move here, and a reason why I've lived here for so long. It's because it's beautiful. People don't want to have to leave the city for anything, let alone their medicine. Again, I'm a resident, local business owner, father, and husband, ready to serve the community, and I thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Sarah Armstrong, followed by Lori Robinson and Nick Kidwai.
Good evening. Thank you for your time. I'm Sarah Armstrong, the Director of Industry Affairs for Americans for Safe Access. Founded in 2002, we are the oldest and largest organization for patients, medical cannabis patients. There has never been a better time to regulate. If you've read the proposed state regulations and the trailer bill, you know that for the first time you have a meaningful structure that will lift you up and hold you up. Just to give you one example, there are now laws on the books at the state level that forbid these horrible rec mills. Doctors who write more than the amount of recommendations, which would be reasonably assumed by their practice, could lose their license. There are real penalties for misbehaving now. And that misbehavior has been addressed at every level of regulation. If you're worried about medicine getting into the hands of children, worry no more. Because of the track and trace system, every bit of marijuana is tracked from seed to sale. If you find a little pill bottle in your kid's knapsack, bring it to your local dispensary. They'll be able to tell you where it came from for the first time. Additionally, studies have shown that when you regulate responsibly within your community, it takes down crime and a lot of other bad things that a black market facilitates. Tonight you have the opportunity to go forward, and I hope you do. I think what you'll find when you do is that by legislating a modest amount of safe access via dispensaries, delivery services, that you'll be servicing the needs of the sick and dying in your community, but you won't be making marijuana available to anybody else. I'm sorry that you could not meet with my request to bring a couple of dispensary operators in to meet with each of you. However, tonight we have with us Yana, who is a grandmother who operates a dispensary in Los Angeles. It is a Prop D pre-ICO, which is sanctioned and allowed by the City of Los Angeles. I hope that if you have any questions about how these facilities run, that you will bring her to the podium and ask your questions. If not, I hope you will meet with us at a later date. I know this is a scary, scary thing, but small towns have a much better record and a much easier time when they allow a small amount of safe access. Places like West Hollywood and Sebastopol don't have any of the problems that you hear about in these larger cities. Partially that is because the citizens support and understand what's going on, and partially now, especially because there are such strong regulations at the state level, all of which you can adopt at the local level if you like. Thank you for your time. As always, if you have any questions, I'm here for you.
I believe Councilmember Al Adam has a question for you, Mrs. Armstrong.
I'm here.
Hi, Ms. Armstrong, right here. I'm glad you brought up this business of these recommendation mills, because I have been reading about that recently, and as you say, I think the state is trying to crack down on these doctors that, you know, willy-nilly write these prescriptions. So the way it works, if I got it right, maybe a legitimate doctor writing a marijuana prescription maybe might write 2 or 3 in a day, because they would interview the patient and assess the need, etc. But the mill doctor can write dozens in a day because there's no responsibility in his part or her part. Do I have that right? How does the state assess this?
What it was there was a couple things. One is the person writing your recommendation has to be your treating physician. It can't be some guy you met at a cannabis trade show who set up in a hotel room and over the course of 3 days is going to write 300 recs. That is not allowed under state law anymore. I could stand here all day and talk about rec mills. I believe that it was so bad in Ventura County for a while that we had our own Detective DeFazio, who was charged with closing these rec mills down, and he did a pretty good job. I don't see any. The way it works is that say you're a doctor and you see patients at a half-hour interval throughout the day. If all of a sudden you're writing way more recommendations than would be prudent in terms of the health and safety of the patient, then they can come in and take you down. I would say that the way that it works with a legitimate doctor who's writing a medical marijuana prescription or recommendation, there are no prescriptions, it's a letter of recommendation. The way it works is typically that is a secondary doctor because your primary doctor won't write them. So the secondary doctor, before he issues you that letter, tells you you're good to go, he has you sign a release for your medical records, and he talks to your primary physician. He sends him a letter to make sure that what you're telling him about your medical condition is true. You don't get to just go in and go, oh, I have arthritis. he's going to have a little chat with your arthritis doctor. So there are a lot of protections in place, and the days of the rec mills are really coming to an end because now marijuana is legal in California, and shortly we will have recreational shops. And in fact, in Los Angeles, they already have what they call Prop 64 shops. They're not functioning legally. The city will probably shut them down, but anybody with a driver's license that identifies themselves as being over 21 can go in and just buy. And that's going to take the sort of the people who are hiding behind a doctor's recommendation. They don't have to do that anymore. If they want to acquire marijuana, they can just go and buy it. The reason it's so important to maintain safe access in this town for patients is that there are real medical marijuana patients who do benefit greatly. I suffer from fairly debilitating arthritis, and I have to say that the CBD strains, which are not psychoactive, have really helped me to live a much more normal life. So if we go forward here in Thousand Oaks with a medical marijuana structure, which is what your citizens are asking you to do, there's relatively little possibility that what you're actually doing is providing a way for young people or people who are faking injury to acquire marijuana.
Well, that's exactly my concern. Children having access to marijuana.
Okay.
I don't want it.
I absolutely agree with you, and there is no...
And it seems that these rec mills have given them that ability.
Well, you have to be over 18, first of all. So while all of us know that kids are pretty wobbly between 18 and 21, and maybe even till 24 or 25 for a full brain development, the law of the state of California does allow a sick individual to acquire a doctor's recommendation. Now, I will tell you that when I became a patient in 2005, I was frequently the oldest person in the dispensary and the only woman. And I did see a lot of people between 20 and 25 years old. Now when I go to the dispensaries, they're just not there anymore. Part of that is that we've had safe access for 20 years. So if you were 20 when it came in, you're in your 40s now. But I think also these kids have found a better, easier path. Dispensaries and delivery services are extremely careful never to put marijuana into the hands of children. They have a variety of safeguards, and they don't care to sell to children because their permits, their businesses are worth a great deal of money. And like liquor stores, they are not going to endanger their businesses over selling an eighth to a teenager. Why would anybody do that? Mm-hmm. I know that in Los Angeles we have a lot of rogue illegal dispensaries. Those people may not be so careful. Most legitimate delivery services and all dispensaries have rules about how much and how often you can buy, and that has now been codified at the state level. There is actually a rule that says you have to keep track and watch. The only time I have seen marijuana flow into the hands of children is because an adult was in the chain of custody. That's the problem, not the dispensaries or the delivery services. They do everything they can.
Thanks, Ms. Armstrong. Good information.
Mr. Price?
Yeah, just kind of some comments, and maybe wouldn't you agree that you talked about the rec mills that were handing out the recommendations willy-nilly, I think is the term you used, willy-nilly. And I had seen that while I was still working. And you mentioned Sergeant Fazio from the Sheriff's Department, who was part of the task force there. And but we have the same problem with pill doctors and pill mills. And that's not a problem that is easily solved. So my concern, and I know where you go, where I'm going with this, is that we're creating another venue for that. We also have state agencies, almost all of the state agencies with any investigative authority, that are cash-strapped and unable to do their jobs. There aren't enough of them. They don't have the manpower, the person power, whatever you want to call it, in order to regulate. So it's one thing to have the regulations on the books, but you have to be able to enforce them. And thus far, I've not seen any evidence coming out of the state level that they're able to do that. So that's my fear. Can you respond to that?
Yes, I can. It's unfortunate, our opioid epidemic, and just a few streets down from me the other day, they found a wealth of used needles, which is really scary. In these troubled times, we all have to pitch in. And marijuana has been shown to reduce opioid use and even help people transition off opioids. So that's one good piece of news. The second thing is that in these small towns, when you regulate, people are very proactive about letting you know if there's anything wrong. I think as council people, you know this already. So that you do have that second level of support where the average citizen is not going to put up with it, right? And I don't blame them. I wouldn't put up with it either. That's why there's sensitive use setbacks, and most ordinances do not allow these businesses in residential zones. It is indeed troubling that we don't have the manpower that we need to oversee and do enforcement, but I will tell you that the last figure I heard coming out of Colorado was that only 25% of generated tax revenues had to be used for that, because there was a lot of tax revenue. I think we'll need even less here. And when you enact the tax, you also are in control of how that tax is used, so that you can say that it must go first to law enforcement for enforcement and regulation, rather than going just into the general fund. I know you guys like your general funds, but let's give the police some help here. The other thing you can do is what you have been doing, which is baby steps. I think that if you start with 2 delivery services and 2 dispensaries and you like what's going on, you can think about going further. If you don't, remember that those people have to reapply for their permits every year at the state and at the local level. So if you don't like what's going on, you don't have to keep issuing those permits. And in absence of a local permit, they cannot get a state permit, and they will have to close. I don't know of any citizen of Thousand Oaks who would willingly patronize a black market establishment. I think that's why so many of them are urging you to enact some kind of safe access. I'm 64. I'm looking forward not to have to drive anymore, but in order for me to get my medicine, it has to be here in the city. It can't be in another jurisdiction. The most important part of this is that when you legislate it and you regulate it, you control it. Not the black market, not the provider, you. And if you don't like what's going on, you can pass laws, you can dedicate money for enforcement, and most of all, you can enlist the help and the participation of your citizens to make this a truly regulated environment. I know of many small towns that have successfully regulated. I always talk about West Hollywood and Sebastopol. I honestly think that a small town has an easier time of it, that people are there because...
Mrs. Armstrong, we're going to have to wind it up.
People are here because they love being here, and if you license local operators, they will behave themselves.
No, I appreciate your comments. I really do. What I don't want to see is this become a burden on our law enforcement.
It won't be if you vote them some money and if you
that
regulate.
becomes a burden on the people.
Thank you. We're going to take one more speaker, Lori Robinson, and then we will take a quick 5-minute break.
What do I press by the time? I'm okay. I'm Lori Robinson, resident of Thousand Oaks for 26 years, married for 37 years. Can you hear me? Not until my oldest son, Shane's sudden overnight descent into what today is called Cannabis-Induced Psychosis, and his unfathomable death by suicide 27 months later in 2012, did I understand the wrath from today's potent marijuana. My handsome, accomplished, beloved 6'4" son, a grad of Thousand Oaks High School, got married in a beautiful wedding at Cal Lutheran University. Yet he is now deceased. Why? Let me digress for a minute. In 1991, when we moved here with two healthy boys, a 2-month-old boy and a 4-year-old little toddler, our life full of infinite hopes and dreams, I could never have imagined standing here before the City Council 26 years later and in 3 minutes explain how our family is shattered by losing our oldest son because of his entanglement with THC marijuana. Unbeknownst to my family, our accomplished son with a career that could not be outsourced began using daily medicinal marijuana after a serious boning injury and subsequent knee surgery, as he was unable to tolerate prescription pain pills for his excruciating pain. What kind of society unleashes a drug that is first medicalized, then normalized with such toxicity that could alter the course of my son's life and lead to his demise in the prime of his life? There's no public health warnings, no public safety warnings, no equivalent black box warnings on this substance. Since there is no single blood test that can predict who's at risk, using marijuana is truly a game of Russian roulette, and no one realizes these consequences will change the course of their lives. The world-renowned psych researcher Robin Murray in 2015 stated, almost 200 million people worldwide use cannabis. The number of people who suffer from cannabis-induced psychosis is in the millions, and the number at risk for developing serious mental health problems becomes a huge concern. Kids do not realize marijuana is a mind-altering drug. They call it a harmless weed, herb. The public has been brainwashed, believing today's potent strains of psychoactive THC, now 300 to 800% more potent than the strains of yesteryear, are medicine. Don't we always hear it's just weed? Even though my husband and I, as role models, have never touched an illicit drug, our son grew up in an environment that legitimized it because of this ubiquitous culture of pot. Kids do not understand their brains are developing not just through age 25, but through the late 20s, and they are primed for addiction and mental health disorders, such as anxiety, panic attacks, paranoia, depersonalization, altered reality of hallucinations and delusions, which is psychosis, which can lead to bipolar illness and or schizophrenia. And the emerging science shows suicide as a correlation with weed use. Where are the state-funded marijuana education classes our kids should have received before any form of pot legalization was allowed, we being the first state in the nation in 1996 to approve the Compassionate Use Act? Last year, I, along with other moms, started a parent support group website called momstrong.org. It's anchored by a neuroscientist, Dr. Christine Miller, on the East Coast, to expose the egregious harms and tell our stories and unmask the marijuana charade. All of these conditions are triggered by pot and are 100% preventable if they never use this drug. The social costs of weed normalization far exceed any tax revenues. We parents who live with horrific nightmares such as what this drug has done to our children and the repercussions that follow consider any revenue generated to be blood money on the backs of our most precious resources, our children. And I had to do my homework after this happened in my family. I highly suggest, because I can hear, I don't think the public does not understand this drug. smartcolorado.org, 61 slides, it informs you of more information than you could possibly imagine. If you don't want to use that and people want to use the medical marijuana regulations from District of Columbia, you can go online and read that. They tell you about the adverse consequences from this drug. And this is the people that regulate it for District of Columbia.
Thank you, Mrs. Robinson.
Thank you.
Nick Kidwai, followed by Sally Miller and J.C. Simmons. Oh, I'm sorry. I did say we were going to take a break. Indeed. 5-minute break. Thank you. We have returned from our very brief recess, and we'll resume with public comments or comments on item 9, which deals with the implementation of Proposition 64. The next speaker is Nick Kidwai, followed by Sally Miller and J.C. Simmons.
I've been Nick Kidwai, resident of Newberry Park since '79. I have a complaint about the agenda report. One of the things that made this city great was that we called a pink packet where all the information about an agenda item was put, and you have 19 pages, but nothing about the previous workshops and not a single letter from any citizen. Let's go back to what make Thousand Oaks great. This is a hard subject to talk about. I will quickly address the macro issue, is that the drug manufacturers, pharmacists, they used to dispense in real bad opiates, etc. And there is an attempt, or has been an attempt by the industry to keep marijuana and other light drugs out of the mainstream. Yes, there is a criminal element associated with pot, but that's because it's illegal. And if that part is taken away, we will still have the problems of driving, etc., that the firefighter said. So it's a complex subject, and I cannot address it in 3 minutes. Just want to say on a lighter note that as being in Uber management kind of, I was kind of forced to deliver 5 food items separately. And if you look at my record, it shows that I've never delivered any food for Uber. So I was just wondering, I mean, if Uber or Grubhub, etc., are used for delivery, we might have a situation similar to the baker that refuses to sell a cake to a gay couple. Because they don't tell you, there's no democracy in working for a company. They just tell you, go to this place and pick this thing up. The real big issue, since there's only 1 minute left, I want to talk about is opiate and opiate use. I had a family member that was released on Easter from Surgical Hospital. All they did was give Los Robles Hospital does not have a 24-hour pharmacy. This whole city has no 24-hour pharmacy except for one CVS in Westlake. So I tried to get the prescription filled, and the doctor was lazy. There's a requirement that when it's an opiate, you have to have a signature of the doctor in the prescription. So I had to go all the way to Woodland Hills and get that. And then to top it, the doctors have no plan to get the patient off the opiate. There are many serious issues. Please be serious about it and not just deal with marijuana and recreational marijuana.
Sally Miller, followed by J.C. Simmons and Graham Davis.
Hello. I'm here tonight to suggest the idea that any future ordinance regarding commercial sales include or strongly encourage the presence of a medical professional at the dispensary, and to mention that I think pharmacists would be the natural choice to fill that role. I am a pharmacist, not surprisingly, and I've studied the endocannabinoid system and completed a CE certificate program regarding to the use of cannabis as medicine. After learning the pharmacology of how cannabis works in our bodies, both in good ways and in bad, I'm confident that allowing responsible use of cannabis as medicine will improve the lives of the community as a whole with minimal risks. These risks can be further reduced by including pharmacists in the dispensing of this medicine to provide counseling and guidance, just like they would with any other medicine. We're already doing it every day at our jobs. This idea is not unprecedented either, as 3 states, New York, Connecticut, and Minnesota, already require that a pharmacist be present at any dispensary for medicinal dispensing, obviously. And that was all I really wanted to say. I also wanted to maybe answer the mayor's question earlier about opioid deliveries. They're generally handled just like deliveries of regular medications. You know where you're going, who you're going to, and you only bring what you're what you're delivering. You don't take anything extra with you. So, I mean, there's not really any additional security other than like a signature requirement. But generally, you know where you're going and who you're going to. They are your patient, and you should know them if you're dispensing opioids to them, hopefully. So that decreases the security risk of delivering medicines like opioids. And I think the same would be able to occur, in a dispensary where a pharmacist is present to, make sure dispensing is going safely and not to children, of course, like everybody is worried about. And I think that's it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. J.C. Simmons, followed by Graham Davis, and then Joe Kyle.
Yes, thank you, City Council, and hello, thank you, Thousand Oaks and Council. J.C. Simmons, 35-year resident of Thousand Oaks. Most of the time I'm here to talk about bicycles with you, but tonight I'm here to talk to you about being a medical marijuana patient. Over the years I've ridden, and several years ago I really developed severe arthritis in my knees. Talked to numerous people about what I could do. Didn't want to take opioids, or got up to the point where I was taking Vicodin on a half dose at a time. And then I got a recommendation for marijuana, and problem was resolved up until I had my surgery. Now I've had both knees replaced. Now it's the left hand that's acting up. I currently have to drive to West Valley to buy my medicine. It's a 25-mile drive down, 25-mile drive back. You heard me say before when I've been here that there's 5 clinics at the Fallbrook exit off the freeway for some reason, and that's the first place where you can get to the West Valley, which is Los Angeles. I think you need to bring at least 2, maybe 3 dispensaries to the town so us that need these drugs can get them. Yes, marijuana might be a gateway drug if it's in the black market, because back in the 70s, when marijuana was around, the people I was getting it from had Dextine, morphine, just about anything you wanted, LSD, today you go to the dispensaries, they are very careful. You go through security, you got to show your card, they got records of what you're doing. You go in, and there's the medicines available for you. I would recommend that you bring 2 dispensaries here, at least, possibly 3. The city talks about needing revenue. Here's the source for you to get some revenue. They showed the taxes that you can add to it, plus the real estate tax from the vendor, and we could use those dispensaries here. Thank you.
Thank you. Next one is Graham Davis, Joel Kyle, and Claudia Nagatoshi.
Hello, Mayor Bill De La Pena, Mayor Pro Tem Fox, City Council members, and staff. My name is Graham Davis. I am a resident of Newbury Park, and I am speaking on behalf of the Thousand Oaks Medical Marijuana Outreach. Thanks to your leadership, Thousand Oaks is the first city in Ventura County to simply ask the people what they want to see in terms of cannabis regulation. As the data from multiple surveys shows, there is greater support for medical safe access than there is for recreational access. I believe that it is worth reinforcing that because of state law, recreational cannabis cannot have any legal sales until January 1st, 2018. This means we can have the conversation, but until January 1, 2018, nothing would be able to operate even if this city allows it. When you and your staff are analyzing the results of the surveys that were conducted, please take into consideration when looking at the second half of the True North research survey that the demographic of survey respondents was not controlled. The first statistically significant survey covered 10.3% 18 to 25-year-olds, 12.4% 25 to 34-year-olds, and 22.7% were 65 or older. The second survey, which showed lower numbers of support, covered 0% 18 to 25-year-olds, 2% 25 to 34-year-olds, and 34% were 65 and older. With only 2% of respondents below the age of 35, the results of this survey would not appear to represent the demographics of this city. My interest in the marijuana debate is focused on medical marijuana perspective. I acknowledge that at times there can be very emotional views presented by both sides of the argument. I believe that when we allow properly regulated medical dispensaries and deliveries within the city, our citizens will quickly conclude that they are not the blight on the city that they might have originally thought. We are asking for a minimum of 3 medical dispensaries to be allowed within the city, as to not enact a locally mandated monopoly. We are asking for either said dispensaries to be permitted for delivery or to allow for separate base of operations for delivery services to be permitted. These non-retail storefronts would be legal under Governor Brown's pending trailer bill that has passed the Senate and State Assembly, which was also passed earlier today. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Joe Kyle, followed by Claudia Nagatoshi and Chase Rashid.
Hello, Mayor Bill de la Pena, Mayor Pro Tem Fox, City Council members and staff. My name is Joe Kyle. I'm a resident of Newry Park. I would like to again thank the City Council for simply asking their citizens what they want to see within their community. As Councilmember Fox said before, it is a direct response from the people you work for. I have voiced my concern over the commercial cultivation question before. I feel the commercial cultivation question should have been separated into medical and recreational as well. The way the question was worded could have confused respondents. The question should have said commercial cultivation on private property in industrial or commercial zones. I have only seen one ordinance in all of California that allows for residential cultivation, and that was residential rural. Los Angeles and Santa Barbara does not have any permitted cultivation currently. Port Hueneme is the only city in Ventura County that is allowing all aspects of the cannabis industry. Port Hueneme doesn't have enough cultivation to cover all our needs within this city. Where is the medical cannabis supposed to come from? Please consider allowing specialty cottage and specialty indoor commercial cultivation. Specialty cottage is up to 500 square feet of indoor canopy. Specialty is 501 to 5,000 square feet of total canopy. This council could allow special permits but limit the canopy to, say, 2,500 square feet, then allow the full 5,000 once they get the handle on regulations. Please also consider non-solvent manufacturing. This can be done by a variety of processes such as water hash, dry sieve, CO2, rosin, utilizing pressure and heat, or liquid nitrogen hash, as well as edible production. All of these processes are non-volatile and can be done in a way that no surrounding businesses could smell anything. Please keep in mind that there are volatile extractions being done every day within Amgen. The California Department of Public Health will oversee any manufacturing entity, whether it is solvent or non-solvent. Also take into mind when looking at distributors and transporters that under the governor's trailer bill, cultivators, dispensaries, manufacturers would be able to hold distributor and transporting licenses. This would enable these businesses to lower their expense by not having to hire an outside distributor or transporter. The city would be able to limit only dispensaries, manufacturers, or cultivators be permitted as distributors or transporters and not allow outside distributors or transporters. I'd like to comment on a few other things that were said tonight very quickly. Properly regulated operators do not sell to children. Black market operators don't check IDs and recommendations. On the commercial cultivation question, there was an 11% unsure citizens in Phase 2, 11% unsure, and 7.4% unsure in Phase 1. And all that needs is a little bit more of education, maybe coming to a workshop like this and having their questions answered. Deliveries already being done in TO. You can see on weed maps how many cities are coming here, and like the chief said, it's very hard to regulate. The TO Acorn did an article, and they had to contact the city attorney to see that these deliveries were actually illegal. Chris Hauser stated that a crime was solved in Colorado by a bottle out front of the crime that they had no other leads on. I believe Jeff and Melissa were at that meeting. And then for the cannabis-induced psychosis, because cannabis is a Schedule I drug, there has been very limited research. There's more and more research coming out that the cannabis-induced psychosis is more so being induced because of the pesticides that are on cannabis, not because of the cannabis itself. A recent report done in LA said that 83% of the cannabis on the market right now in LA would not be able to be sold in the regulated market come January 1, 2018 in California because it's not being tested. So if there's already 63% of that was from mycloblutenol, when you vaporize it, it turns to hydrogen cyanide. Okay, so Port Hueneme, in their ordinance, it has stated that anything that goes on the shelves has to be tested before state law. Okay, so we could potentially allow these regulations and have cleaner medicine than LA that's been doing it for so long. Okay, so there's definitely different questions that we have to ask when going forward with this, and try to get to the true bottom of exactly where the problems and the answers may lie. So thank you very much for your time and your consideration.
Thank you. Claudia Nagatoshi, followed by Chase Rashid, and the final speaker will be Eloda Linehan.
Good evening. I'm here with Lori Jackson. Together, we are starting a group for substance abuse prevention among teenagers. And marijuana have become one of our big concerns. Once you become a parent, you always look for the safest environment for your kids. Community, schools, friends around you, neighbors. And we as parents, as many of us here, are here in Thousand Oaks because we always thought this was a safe community for our kids. I could proudly talk about my kids. They're honor students, Newbury Park High School. One just graduated with honors. Very involved in the community, on our parish. Great friends. They have many friends. They're involved with youth and government, YMCA kids. They are really good kids. I'm proud of them. But I can't say that about other kids. My whole concern is all this money and all this research that is coming to approve these shops in the Thousand Oaks area is going to come up from somewhere. And eventually, we're going to have to bring more money to help the kids rehab, family support. Why not use all this money that's being used for all these research to educate our kids? And like Lori Robinson mentioned before, talk to the kids about the risk and consequences before we even start putting them on the market for them. That way we're giving them the choice. You know what it is, you touch it or you don't. If the kids started using drugs before they are 25 years old, most likely they will get addicted. Their brain is not fully developed. They are going to get, I have a list in here, their lungs get affected, their self-control get affected, many other parts of systems on them will get affected. Their digestion system, their motor skill, their reasoning, their memory, a lot of parts of their fully developed body will get affected. So let's work on the safety of our kids first before we decided on having drugs available, whether we are doing it on a hiding area, highly protected. We have to protect our kids first before we do public sale of this drug.
Thank you.
Sorry, just Lori, I wanted just to mention, she has an experience with her daughter with marijuana. She was an exceptional daughter, and she got a hold of the drug. Just like her daughter, many of our kids could do that. No matter how good parents we are, no matter how good our kids are, they could get a hold of that. So we need to protect our kids and take it away as far as possible from them. We don't want it around it. We don't want around the kids. We don't want it in our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Chase Rashid, followed by Eloda Linehan.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and Council. Chase Rashid, 18-year resident of the city of Thousand Oaks. I want to thank staff for doing a thorough job on that report. I mentioned at a previous meeting why I supported the statewide measure allowing for legalization. I said because there were too many people being put into jail and having their lives ruined over just possession But I don't use marijuana, never had to desire to use it. I think it stinks, and I didn't even know what it smelled like until a couple of years ago. I was standing outside with a neighbor who's older than me, and she said, "Ooh, somebody's smoking pot." But anyway, I've got to speak to both sides of this, not trying to offend anybody, and if you end up feeling some kind of way about this, I apologize for that. But first off, to the people that say they have a condition like, oh, my hair hurts, I need pot. Don't do that. That's disrespectful to the people who really need pot to take care of their pain, and you know better than to do that. So stop doing that and let the people who need to use pot act for medicinal purposes be able to get it. If you want to use it for medical, for recreational purposes, wait till the law kicks in and you can go to LA and go to a shop opened up by Cheech Chong, Snoop Dogg, whoever. You know, somebody's going to open up a shop, and you know they're going to do that. Second, I want to speak to the parents. There was a lady named Bertha Gilkey in St. Louis, and she got a contract for tenants to run their housing project. One of the things they did is they got together and they vowed to look after each other's children. And that's really the main thing that needs to be done. Look out for each other's children, know who their friends are, know who their social circle is. You got to step up and be proactive. Government can raise your children. I'm sorry, that's just how the way it is. We can use the law to protect children, but we gotta step up and protect them from within the community. If we know there are kids selling stuff, we gotta put a stop to it, go to the police and say this kid is selling it. Sometimes there are parents selling it to kids or turning their kids onto it. My mom's brother was turned on to pot by a friend's father. So if you know there's somebody in the community pushing, you just say, not today, Satan, not today, and you put a stop to it. You call the police and you put their butt in jail. And, you know, as for me, if there's a drug pusher, I just say, hand your soul to the Lord, because your butt belongs to the law. Thank you.
Eloda Linehan is our last speaker.
Okay, good evening. This is like a really complex issue, as everybody knows, kind of an understatement. I am a child I grew up in the 60s. I went to Woodstock. I used marijuana. I know the effects, and I've been off of it since 1984. And it is an addicting drug, not to everybody, but it is addicting. Okay, that's why there are so many people out there that can get marijuana and can just, have the marijuana any place. Anybody that wants to get it can get it, in the schools, wherever you can get it. But it's not okay, because it ruins your lungs, and it maybe temporarily takes away pain, but so does cannabis oil. If somebody really has arthritis, whatever, they can use cannabis oil. They don't need to destroy their lungs. They don't need, to pollute the environment, anything like that. It's not okay. And then, you take the black market off of selling and you legalize it. But what's the quality of marijuana these days? It's not natural. There's chemicals that are put on it. And you can regulate it, but how much can you regulate it? Somebody's always going to get the organic and then sprinkle stuff on to make people come back and buy more and get the profit. I don't know. It just, in one side of my mind, I'm like, it takes away from the black market. But the other side, I'm like, no, it's just going to increase the use, and it is destroying. It destroys memory cells. It destroys lungs. It's something that should not exist. People that are in pain, you're going to have pain when you get old. It's just natural. And, cannabis oil or do exercise, whatever, to get rid of it. I don't think we need marijuana clinics. Thank you.
And this was our final speaker regarding this item. And we'll now turn it over to staff to see whether you would like to address any of the issues that were brought up by our 14 speakers, or 15.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We would like to respond to a few comments, but before we do, I just wanted to quickly introduce the gentleman to my left on the side of Dave. For those of you here, Jeff Ware, our Code Compliance Manager, immediately to Dave's left, and Patrick Keeher, Assistant City Attorney, who's been working on this issue. In terms of responses, actually the first person I'd like to call to respond is our Police Chief, Tim Hagel, and then other staff here will respond in addition.
Thank you, Mark. I wanted to, listening to the comments, put some notes down here. The first comment that I wanted to talk about, I heard two different speakers talk about this, so I wanted to make sure that there wasn't a misperception with the public. And that was with the increased legislation on medical marijuana, that you will be able to source the marijuana from growth until the sale, and that the bottles will be marked and traceable. I've never heard of a kid taking a prescription bottle to school with them when they steal their parents' opiates, which happens every day. So you're not going to find children with their parents' medical marijuana bottles and the marijuana. They're going to take it out and they're going to put it in their baggies because they don't want us catching them with their parents' bottles, because we'd be able to trace it back to the store that they bought it. So children are smarter than we think. So that's a misbelief that would help us with security in any way. Number two is stings. One of the speakers mentioned that nobody holding a license certainly would risk their license selling to minors. And that's factually incorrect. And we know that because we do stings regularly throughout the year for these other two drugs called cigarettes and alcohol. And we end up arresting vendors, legitimate vendors throughout the Conejo Valley every year. Store owners get arrested when we do stings for selling cigarettes and alcohol, because kids will sit outside or sit in the area or contact an 18-year-old brother and say, hey, go into the store and get this for me. So I want to make sure that we don't have this misbelief that someone's not going to have their 18-year-old brother just go get it for them. And stings are very productive for us, where we send in decoy minors to purchase alcohol and cigarettes, and I would imagine that eventually that will occur. And then the final one is, I was asked by council about robberies and delivery issues, and my phone was going off during our break. One of the speakers mentioned Detective Fazio, who's alive and well and doing great, and well aware, still specializing in this industry. And I was made aware that VCAT task force that he works every day in, which is a regional task force for the area, has made numerous arrests of illegal deliveries of marijuana in the Conejo Valley, and also responded to takeover invasions in such of homes where people were holding illegal marijuana to deliver to other people, and they're actually getting robbed by the people that they're set up to deliver to. So it's a reverse bust is what it is. And then final armed robberies of actual people doing deliveries of marijuana illegally, where the actual crook that's delivering it gets robbed by the person he's illegally delivering it to. So I thank VCAT and the task force for getting a hold of me diligently. They're obviously watching this, so that's great. And I just wanted to address those 3 points, that the marijuana bottles, the kids are just going to take it right out. Like, every single parent knows that. They're just going to take it right out of there. And stings, I would imagine, would be occurring with any sort of marijuana dispensary. We would hold the same amount of vigilance with any sort of dispensary for stings, too. Any questions? Thank you. Thank you,
Thank you, Tim. I wanted to just briefly address the concerns about access to children from a planning perspective. Sort of typical ways that this is addressed, for better or worse, is that There is, of course, typically restrictions in terms of zoning where facilities can be located. Commonly, they're located in industrial or commercial areas. I'm not aware of any that are located in residential areas. There may be some. But then there's also normally a separation requirement, a buffer zone, so to speak, between a facility and sensitive land uses. And the state has defined those sensitive land uses as K through 12 schools, daycare facilities, and youth centers. And the state's basic standard is 600-foot separation. Now, cities can expand that if they want, but that's one other method to try to keep these facilities, at least physically, as they go away from youth in the community. I also then wanted to turn it over to Mr. Heer, who had some additional comments.
Thank you, Mr. Town. During public comments, we did hear one comment about tested marijuana. Just to be clear to the council, under the new law, a dispensary can sell untested marijuana with the label on it that it's untested either 180 days after they receive their license or by December 31st, 2018, whichever is earlier. So at this point, if they were to get their license, let's say in January of 2018, they could sell their untested product as long as they put a label. It's a bold label by the code that talks about that it has been untested. A second point I wanted to make was in preparation for looking at this unique issue, we staff reviewed a number of studies and attended a number of meetings to talk about this issue for our city. And I think the public comments you heard today are reflective of a national study that came out in January of 2017 by the National Academy Science, Engineering, and Medicine. It was on the health effects of cannabis and cannabinoids. And in this study, they took 100 different studies and combined them and put out this, published this 486-page report. And in this study, they did findings for conclusive or substantial evidence, moderate evidence, limited evidence, no evidence to support these various claims of marijuana. And as you heard today from the public, you hear the pros and cons of marijuana, the concerns that they have, both pro and con. And that's reflective of this national study that had conclusive or substantial evidence that marijuana does provide pain relief, is effective for the treatment of chronic pain in adults, is effective to combat nausea and vomiting with patients undergoing chemotherapy. It's effective for improving multiple sclerosis, spasticity. On the flip side, there was also substantial or conclusive evidence that with heavy use, there were worse respiratory symptoms. There was a statistical association between increased motor vehicle accidents with states that had a number of increased use. There is a statistical association with use in pregnant women with lower birth weight of offspring. The development of schizophrenia was another substantial evidence finding, or other psychosis. And there is also moderate evidence that marijuana may cause the development of substance dependence and or other substance abuse disorder, including alcohol, tobacco, and other illicit drugs. And so you heard those today. What's significant to me, and the reason I'm making this point, is because at the end of this study, 486 pages, the conclusions were from all these scientists and doctors, we need more study, we need more information, we need to obtain more information and more data. And one of the reasons why is because, as you know, it's a Schedule I drug. And so you have this conflict between obtaining the information and the funds to do the study and the fact that the federal government considers it a Schedule I drug. My last point from the public comments was in attending numerous Ventura County Behavioral Health Services webinars or seminars, they certainly have stated that there is conclusive evidence that the regular use of marijuana impedes brain development in kids or people under the 25 years of age. And I think there might be a comment regarding from Mr. McPherson.
First on the comment regarding access to kids.
under current law, an individual under the 18 years actually can go in a dispensary. It just requires any medical cannabis patient under the age of 18 shall be accompanied by his or her parent or the legal guardian or primary caregiver. So under state law, an individual under 18 can do that. So we talk about, 18, 21. 18 is medical, 21 is recreational, but there is a condition that would permit them to be in a dispensary under state law. So I wanted to mention that. A couple other comments that were made were oversight and concerns of regulations, the state not having enough individuals or staffing to handle the regulation of that. Ironically enough, most of the positions are civilian positions that are handling the compliance component. So at the local level, you would have the same kind of component, which be your compliance or code enforcement officers that would be handling most of those time, place, and manner things that we talked about, and probably a majority of them. The things they would be background, criminal investigations, or any escalator where there's concerns of diversion or of product or of liability of burglary or theft. But the day-to-day things, just like other businesses, they can conduct those things as a civilian and have oversight to that. Because the goal should be, as you move on, is that 60% is proactive oversight and 40% be reactive, so that we are dealing with a regulated industry. And that's the challenge that I think most people in this room are having with, is that everyone here doesn't understand a regulated world when it comes to the industry. Our perception and what we're thinking about is, yes, there's clean dispensaries, but they're not regulated. They're good actors. And then you have bad actors that are still not regulated, and that's what we're citing all the bad situations on. And so that does change over time, and it won't happen overnight because the industry doesn't understand regulations. It's 400 pages, and most people can't figure out what to do, even if they thought they knew what to do. And so that stabilization comes into place, but that's why the proactive versus the reactive is where you want to be over time. The last comment I want to make is regarding a few things about raising taxes so that the chief would have proper resources to do things. A reminder again, cost recovery fees, for which you see is the desired goal level of oversight, will be 100% cost recovery. It does not necessarily have to come from the taxes. It comes from fees from Prop 26 for the annual regulatory component of that. Now, that doesn't mean you may not want to earmark funding for the unregulated side, because you can't ask for cost recovery fees from the industry that you're regulating to deal with the black market, but you could earmark funds from taxes in order to mitigate those concerns, because they do exist, and you would want to find solutions to that. So I just wanted to make sure you understand some of those things. Thank you.
And one last comment to Mr. McPherson mentioned the words primary caregiver. And I think a lot of times we just think of a person who's, if you have a qualified patient, they designate one person to be their primary caregiver. But in the code, primary caregiver can be a person designated by a qualified patient, but could also be various owners of residential care facilities, senior care facilities. It could be an owner or operator, or even employees who are designated by that owner of hospice, healthcare agencies. So there's a number of definitions or categories under the term primary caregiver.
And that concludes staff's comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much for conducting this very insightful presentation tonight, and thank you to the audience, both pro and con, for sharing your personal experiences as well as your opinions with us, the City Council. Tonight we are tasked with a monumental assignment, so to speak, in implementing new policy, and we have to weigh the pros and cons. How will it affect our community? How will it affect business? How will it affect family? How will it affect children? And as you may have heard from the other council members here who are sitting to my left and right, at this point, the comments were taking baby steps to see what sort of impact our policy, which we will implement will have on our community at large before making any changes, if we are to make any changes. And with that in mind, I would like to open it up for a discussion among our council members, having had all of the information, all the data that we have taken in, and see where we would like to start. We know that medical marijuana has a lot more support than just recreational marijuana in our city, and obviously we need to comply with state law. And I'd like to actually start with that perspective, using the medical marijuana approach rather than the recreational approach at large. So we have several requests now to speak. First will be Mr. Fox, then Joel Price, and then Mr. Adam. Mr. Fox.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. This also want to say thank you to the public who came to the many hearings that we've had and also participated in the online surveys. The input provided to the council has been very, very valuable. Let me see if I can help us navigate through this. I would propose that we deal with the dispensing issue, item number 6, and unless there's an objection, not deal with item 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 7. So unless there's a willingness on the council to take action on those items, I would. Okay, well, 1 is cultivation, 2 is manufacturing, 3 is testing, 4 is transportation, 5 is distributor, 6 is dispensing, which seems to be based on the information.
Yeah, we have that in the staff report.
7 is delivery. So rather than, so we can just concentrate on the dispensing, I would move that we not deal with items 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 7.
And just for clarification, when you say not deal, that you're not interested in
not interested in taking action
on those
things.
On this. Thank you.
That'd be my motion.
This evening?
Yeah.
Okay, before we make a motion, can we please discuss some of these first and hear from the other council members?
Well,
would you please just do that? Okay.
Okay, so my comments would be, I'm interested in having a conversation about medical dispensing only. And as it relates to that, what I'd like council to consider is directing staff to bring back the regulations that they believe would need to be addressed to address the public safety issue, the issue with respect to hours of operation, on-site security, all those issues, that they would bring back regulations that would deal with just the dispensing for medical purposes only.
Okay, and that is understood, but I would like to give your colleagues the option to comment on any of the other items before we continue with your proposal, if that would be okay with you. All right, and then let me get out of that system here first. That would be Mr. Price.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think that I'd also like to entertain a discussion about the testing. The others, I'm certainly willing to remove from the table. I haven't heard any compelling testimony from the public or from any of our surveys that have been taken that would suggest that recreational is, even on the table at this point. So, but I would like to discuss the testing.
And testing is number 3. All right, that's testing. Mr. Price. Next one, Al Adam.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. There we go. The only thing I would entertain this evening is medical dispensing. The other 6 would not fit into what I envision that the city would undertake at this point. As far as the recreational side, I remind everybody that the state did give us one mandate that we had to allow, which was 6 plants that you could grow in your own home. So there's your recreational if you choose to do it. But anything mandated by this city, at this point, other than medical dispensing, I would not have any interest in. This is a safe city, and there's problems associated with some of the other uses that I just would not be willing to look at this point. And believe me, ladies and gentlemen, I completely understand where you're coming from about the use by children. I have two 18-year-olds at home, and they went through the Westlake school system, the Thousand Oaks school system, and, you know, it's not just marijuana. It's alcohol, it's opiates, and as Chief Hagel said, kind of the sad part of it is a lot of the access comes from parents. You know, I'm sure there's medical card or recommendation card use, but a lot of it has to come with how you monitor your kids in your own family. But be that as it may, government can only go so far. But I also, the gentleman that has to drive 50 miles round trip to get his medicine, I have compassion for that. The cancer victim that's wasting away because they can't eat because of the chemo, I've been there. You know, I have compassion that there is a substance that can bring that appetite back. The person that can't take opiates because they have an adverse reaction to it, you know, if this is a substitute and they can help them, I have compassion for that. So that's why, you know, I think we should be discussing medical dispensaries. And as Andy said, you know, the staff needs to come back to us with regulations on how we would operate such a thing. But in my mind, you know, I'm looking at a non-retail operation in an industrial part of the city. I'm looking at no delivery at this point. We can change things as things go on. I'm looking at one dispensary to start with, not three, just one. I'm looking at video surveillance. I'm looking at video surveillance that's available to Thousand Oaks Police Department. I'm looking at no loitering in front of the facility. I'm looking at, and as Councilmember Price brought up, this testing business, there's something to that. I mean, if we're going to allow marijuana to be sold in the city, it can't be poisoned. Well, we have to do something about that.
If I may, could I ask that we have our consultant explain what the testing licensing would involve, what that would entail?
Yeah, how do we make sure that if we go forward with medical marijuana that it's pure, it doesn't have adulterations in it that could hurt people?
Well, it's such a sensitive issue. That's one of the things that all bills were focused to make sure that separation of duties or separation of functionalities. The regulations, we have regulations for 5 activities that are 90. There are 95 pages of regulations just for testing labs, and they have to be ICO certified. So the level of requirements for quality insurance is significantly higher than any business that's being regulated because everything goes through there. So not only at the state level will there be a high scrutiny and from professionals, from doctors, health doctors that are going to oversee the testing labs, there's going to be a significant amount of same quality controls for regulatory of track and trace, surveillance, access points, all that stuff in order to ensure that the confidence level of the integrity of those results are substantiated.
So we could insist, if we went the route of a medical dispensary, that any marijuana sold from it would be tested and pure.
It would be mandated at the state level automatically. So it'll be there. So, you know, but having a testing lab because of the you know, where you're at, there's a place where, again, one of the less entry points of concern, testing labs has a value added to the quality insurance, and someone doesn't have to go into LA, you know, to go get their stuff tested. You're providing a convenient place for it to be done here, you know, in the area. So that's a beneficial benefit.
All right.
If I may, I think you mentioned in your earlier comments that you said that the amount needed for that testing was minimal.
Yes, it's almost like a little vial in the mountain.
So we're not talking about copious amounts of cannabis coming, you know, through the city streets and being delivered to a testing facility. I see it as an economic opportunity here, and I certainly think we have the space for it, and I think it warrants at least some discussion.
Oh, so you're suggesting that if we allow medicinal marijuana, that it be tested and pure, but you're suggesting a separate testing operation?
To allow a testing facility or testing facilities to operate within the city.
Separate from a medicinal marijuana dispensary?
Correct. It absolutely has to be separate. It can be the only license that they hold is that license to test, whereas others can hold multiple licenses and do a bunch of different things.
I see.
If I may, that is correct, Councilmember Price. But it's also important to note that if you allow a testing facility, they test both recreational and medical marijuana, and it's got to be open to any agency that wants to bring their material to,
I do understand
the
that.
material to this testing facility. All right.
Why would we want to do that?
Well, 1 second. If we can continue the conversation, but Mr. McCoy is also waiting to weigh in. Mr. McCoy?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. McPherson, I have a question in regards to the compelling story by Mrs. Robinson and her son, and then Mr. Kyle's limited time, but referring to pesticides being the hallucinogenic or the psychoactive aspect, psychosis. Can we do further study on that? I'm unfamiliar with the study that Mr. Kyle cited. What I've read, I haven't seen that. I would be grateful to have more information pertaining to that because I am opposed to THC. I understand the medical need for CBD, but I'd want to know more information. And then, in addition, I'd also request that what level is necessary for medicinal purposes of THC without the hallucinogenic effect. For medicinal purposes, I'd want to see studies in relation to that as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. McPherson, if you want to respond to that.
I think the one question regarding the testing, and there has been a couple of CW Analytic and SC Labs are two of the bigger ones, and Steve Hale is actually taking current clients and studied them and has advised them that if this was in a regulated world, that 70 to 80% of them would not pass the scrutiny test of a product today because they are using pesticides or other things on their product right now.
I understand the pesticide, but the validation that is the result for the psychosis.
I can't confirm that. We can do some follow-up on that.
Thank you.
I don't think it's specifically 100% to that.
That's what I'm looking for.
Yeah.
Okay. If I could just mention, certainly the main issues that I see here tonight are numbers 6, but also number 7. Number 6 deals with the dispensing of marijuana, medical marijuana, and number 7 is also the delivery. I think that if we want to discuss item number 6, and if we are requesting staff to come back with more research on that, we also need to do the same on delivery because they go hand in hand, and we need to have all of the options and all of the research available to us. The testing also completely separate, also worthy of further investigation with a report back to the council. Those 3 are the items really that should probably be discussed more so than any of the others listed in our staff report. Mr. Adam.
No, I was just going to ask, what's a testing facility look like? I mean, that's also in a nondescript building with how many employees, and they test marijuana from all around the region? It's a business, right?
Yeah, it'd almost be like a blood lab where, you get a vial or you come in and have your blood tests or doctors pull blood and they have it take it to a lab.
Oh,
it's
okay.
very discreet in the same manner. And it is to get ISO certified is very, very difficult. These are professionals with doctor's degrees that are doing this stuff. This isn't a low entry point positions or skill, and the training certification is very, very challenging for people to get through it with the ISO certification.
How many people usually work in one of those things?
You could range some from 10 to 15 on an average, if they're just doing single shifts, and it depends how many machines and how many people and their demand load for an area they could expand on even more than that.
So it's more of a business opportunity. It really doesn't carry the other.
If you're a doctor or a scientist of some sort that with this kind of skills, it would be kind of equivalent to like being a pharmacist, where you're not a doctor and you're not a nurse, you're an in-between, that you're doing the same things to testing and putting stuff together. It would probably be somewhere in that equivalence of professionalism.
All right. Thank you.
We have Andy Fox and then Mr. Price.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm going to move that we not take action tonight or ask for a report back on items 1, 2, 4, and 5.
Okay, we do have a motion. Mr. Price? Okay,
I just need clarification. So you're making a motion to bring back additional information? Is that what you said?
No,
oh, okay.
Not bring back. We got to work our way through this.
Right,
okay?
right.
So I'm moving that council take no action, no report back on items 1, 2, 4, and 5.
So 3, 6, 7, 8.
And before you had that motion, Mr. Fox, Mr. Price had requested to speak, so I'm not sure whether you want to speak to that or mention something else.
Well, I appreciate the consideration given by Councilmember Fox to include number 3 there. I think that there's certainly an economic opportunity there that is a very, very low impact, and we certainly have the space.
The motion is not to take any action on 1, 2, 4, and 5.
No, I know
And then
that.
I have follow-up motions, but let's get these out of the way.
Okay.
So,
Mr. Adam.
So conversely, we are asking the staff to come back to talk to us about.
No, I'm not. I'm going to work us through because I think there's going to be divided votes on those other ones.
I see. Okay.
I'm just trying to get us.
Got it.
Okay. I think there's going to be a unanimous vote on this. Then I'm going to make other motions, and we'll see where it ends up. All right. So again, Madam Clerk, the motion is to take no action on items 1, 2, 4, and 5. And for the community, because you don't have the benefit of a report, we're taking no action on cultivation, manufacturing, transportation, or distribution.
That is a vote for this evening. And can you please prepare us for a vote, Madam Clerk? Thank you.
That motion carries 5-0.
So this vote means that cultivation, manufacturing, transportation, and distribution right now, as it stands, will not be taken up by the City Council, and no decision will be made on those.
Okay.
Mr. Fox?
All right. Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I'll just work our way through, and then we can...
Mr. Adam, you still had your button on here. Okay. All right.
Exactly.
All right. So let's move to item 3. I understand where Mr. Price is coming from. In my view, I just don't see the major upside in bringing in a testing facility. If we allow one, we can allow as many who want to come in. They're testing both recreational and medicinal. I just don't see the big upside with that, and so I'm gonna vote no on that. I'm gonna move for a no vote on item 3, that's testing. Council wants to move on that, that's fine.
Mr. McCoy?
I'd be in agreement with Councilmember Fox.
Mr. Adam?
Well, again, we're not, testing. We're not voting yay or nay on testing. We're just we're voting for the staff to come back and talk to us a little bit more about it.
Right.
Did you want to say?
I don't have an interest in that.
You have no interest in that.
It's just one guy.
Actually, if I can clarify, we're actually asking for more than just coming back. If you have additional questions regarding testing, we'd like to try to answer those questions. If there's answers that we don't have, then we can certainly come back. But if we are able to give a specific direction tonight on testing, whether you are interested in the city preparing an amendment to our current marijuana ordinance that would allow testing, then we would need that direction tonight, if at all possible.
And my issue is essentially, if we open a testing facility up, we have no control over how many are going to come in, and I just think that sends the wrong message for this community.
You could certainly limit the number of testing facilities.
I'm curious.
Going to recommend that Mr. McPherson chime in there. My understanding is that you could.
Yes.
Absolutely. You have still control of the numbers. Again, time, place, and manner issues and the numbers, just like a land use. So if you only want one testing lab, you can allow one. It doesn't mean you open the door for multitudes, just like dispensaries. You consider it. You can limit the numbers of any type of category that you would choose to consider.
I have two requests to speak. One is Al Adam, and the next one is Rob McCoy.
Oh, I guess my button was still on, but I will say that of the three that remain, testing, dispensing, and delivery, I would say testing is probably the least compelling of the three, but I do think the gentleman's right. I mean, we would completely control how many testing facilities there were, and if we wanted...
We would dictate that, yes.
Yeah, I mean, if we wanted one, we'd get one. So... I don't know, it seems rather benign to me. There's no dispensing from a testing facility. It's simply a business operating in the city. Is there any possible potential for some sort of abuse within this testing facility, that somehow people could gain access to marijuana that shouldn't? Or
it would be very difficult or an interest to do that, because it's a product that's gotten tested with so many different types of solutions and chemicals that are used for that purposes, that it doesn't have the same value, even if it consolidated. And the discharging and disposing of that is such a high level and maintained that it's not like they're throwing out in the backyard trash can.
Well, what's the downside to a testing facility in a community?
The realness, and from a safety issue, not as much. It's not going to be exposed to the front of concerns of the facade of it. There's really not a significant amount or a concern regarding the testing labs, where it is it's just a matter of the integrity of the people, that they're not falsifying, obviously, but that's going to be done at the state level. That would be the only bigger issue.
I was under the impression that it was like a normal land use, like if you're going to come in, you can't stop a McDonald's coming in because there's too many. So if we have the ability to control that, I'm not going to stand in the way of at least taking a look at that.
Okay.
Do we have any information from other states, the other 5 states or so, which have testing facilities? Is there any data, anything yet?
I will check with our staff, who, again, one of our staffers was a regulator for Colorado, so I can check with him, and we circle back with action items. We'll follow up with some more information for you.
Well, it may seem that perhaps we will be able to receive more information from other states who have testing facilities. Is that something you would be interested, Mr. Price?
Well, the way I see it, it's the least impactful of any of these uses. It provides for an economic opportunity and creates high-paying jobs. These are professionals. It's not something that anybody would see. Much like the pet crematorium we have over in Newbury Park. It's not something that people like to talk about and don't even care to know about. But that exists without any problem, any issues, any complaints. I just see that, as we're talking about trying to bring business into our city and revenue into our city, that could be another opportunity. And again, this is a highly regulated, sophisticated operation that requires state licensing and government oversight. And I don't see why, if we're contemplating allowing a medicinal cannabis operation, I don't see why we wouldn't allow this as well.
I don't know if I have a motion.
I don't know, Mr. McCoy?
Right.
Well, I don't know that I need to receive any additional information on it. I think that I'm clear on what it is that this.
Would you like to make the motion, Mr.?
Well, there is a motion on the table by Councilmember Mayor Pro Tem Fox to not allow testing the facility. If you want to withdraw the motion, then.
Yeah, let me, but I'm going to, in light of the information from the staff that we can actually regulate how many testing facilities, I'll withdraw my motion. That was really my main concern. I didn't want to be the marijuana testing capital of the world.
Understood.
Yeah.
Or do I?
Sending the wrong message, right?
Mr. McCoy.
Mr. McPherson, I understand that you said in a medical testing facility that you can't regulate what is tested, meaning recreational use marijuana as opposed to CBD or medical marijuana. So we would feasibly in this city be testing recreational marijuana, and we would look at that as a financial benefit at the expense of our community? Or can we limit it to certain aspects of marijuana?
We would need to check with the state on that if you can restrict. I mean, if you allow it, there's nothing specifically in code, even though you have local control. That may be a really narrow, fine restriction that we would have to see if there's limitations on that. I probably couldn't answer that at this moment on that.
I would be hesitant to vote yes unless I got that answer.
I think the implication, or what was implied earlier, is that if we test for one for medicinal, we would also have to allow for recreational, but I don't believe that is 100% certain.
That's what we'd have to check on that. I do not have an answer on that one.
Yeah, but that would just be testing. That's not distribution of that.
Correct. I mean, the plant is the plant, so you're going to test it for if it's medical or medical. It's just, again, I know philosophically where you are on that and wanting to allow for that to occur, to encourage testing for recreational. But we can check if your issue is something that you have restriction to.
Just practically speaking, though, I'm not sure that there's even a mechanism that you can create to determine if marijuana is being brought to this testing facility. How do we figure out whether this marijuana is going to be sold as a medicinal product or a recreational product? I'm not sure that there's even...
There is actually, because the track and trace, how it comes into it, it's brought in with that purpose. And so therefore it's in the system and it goes through from the whole chain of control. So we would know if it's being brought in there.
And again, the amounts would be small.
Absolutely.
Mr. Adam, again.
Well, regardless if it's recreational or medicinal, the testing would provide a service that would ferret out, poisons in either one. We wouldn't want anybody recreational users or medicinal users, to be using marijuana that's got pesticides in it or adulterants that can make them sick. So it's a good service, I think. And I'm not in favor of recreational marijuana, don't get me wrong. But, it's going to be out there, so why would you want anybody to be exposed to some poisonous agent?
Mr. Price, are you ready to make a motion regarding number 3?
Well, yeah, I think I am. I think I'd like to move that we, I was going to say consider allowing, I think that's what we're doing, but allow testing subject to some guidelines, I guess, and limits that staff would develop and bring back to us.
Okay.
I think
is that enough?
Yeah. So I think the one additional item that would be helpful is if you're talking about limitation, if you want to provide some parameters around that limitation, if it's a single dispensary or a single testing facility or multiple testing facilities, we can certainly come back with a best practice approach to whatever it is that you offer. But
yeah, I think based on what I've heard from my colleagues up here, that we would be only interested in a single testing facility cited in an area where it would be least impactful, and I know you'll do that.
Well, that would be the industrial area, which already contains labs.
Labs, exactly. So that would be my motion. Is that sufficient?
One testing facility.
Again, baby steps.
All right, Mr. Fox, any comments to Mr. Price's motion?
Yeah, I think Mr. McCoy brings up a good point. Just for me, if we can't make the distinction between medical use versus recreational, I'm not going to support a testing facility that tests for recreational marijuana, because I think that's in a sense, and I hear what Mr. Adams talking about, that's a de facto endorsement, allowing that business in our community, actually asking for it. I get the job piece, but there's a lot of jobs out there that I don't know that we'd want to endorse because of the activity that it's there. If there's a way to separate it, where we know that the facility is using that testing facility for people that are going to use it for medical reasons. I think all those points are valid. If we're unable to do that, I'm going to vote no.
I would like to add to that that a single testing facility, which may test for recreational as well as medicinal, does not necessarily mean an endorsement of a commercial dispensary or a recreational marijuana dispensary in Thousand Oaks. That will only happen if we indeed vote tonight to allow for a recreational marijuana dispensary. And the way this conversation is going, I'm not so confident that it will happen. All right. If there are no additional comments regarding the motion we have, any other questions, Mrs. Noonan? No?
I just want to make clear that the motion to allow testing facility will not distinguish between medicinal or recreational for your motion.
Well, that was my original motion. Now, if there's some way to determine whether we can distinguish between what is allowed, I do think that limits the business opportunities, and it would probably make it a non-issue, but so that probably wouldn't fly with my colleagues down there. So, yeah.
Well, we're in no rush. We can certainly ask staff to come back with the information that you're requesting, and then at that time make the recommendation whether to pursue testing or not.
My point is that if staff comes back with a recommendation that I believe they will, and that is that no, you can't. If you're going to test, you're going to test. No business is going to want to open under those circumstances where they're only testing medicinal marijuana.
Well, not necessarily.
I don't think we could attract a testing facility and tell them they could only test medicinal, not recreational. I'm not an expert on it, but I just think economically they would say you're hamstringing so much, forget it. We're not going to do that. Right. So it would seem to me...
Can we then ask staff to come back with information regarding that to see how other states have dealt with it, and what the economic implications would be? Would it really be something that nobody would touch if it were only medical marijuana tested?
Madam Mayor, may I add? The
Mr.
question,
Bacoy, yes.
Thank you. The question that I proposed to Mr. McPherson in regards to pesticides being the result of the psychosis, if that study isn't accurate, I don't want to be responsible for another result as we saw with Mrs. Robinson's son. And if we're still going to permit recreational use, and we look at that as funds for the city, I don't want any part of it. So I would want that answer before I would move forward with testing facilities for recreational use.
Well, I would argue that a testing facility for either, be it recreational or medicinal, is going to determine whether or not those chemicals exist, and therefore outlaw its sale.
I understand that, Councilman, but I wanted to point out that the studies are still out there. We can test to see the purity of the cannabis itself, the marijuana itself. But the studies have to show us, does it cause psychosis? And are we participating in the possibility of psychosis for any of our youth and allowing testing to occur in our city? That question has to be answered. Where does that psychosis come from? Is it the pesticide or is it the marijuana?
Well, according to Mr. Heher and the workshops and seminars he attended, it's an overuse of marijuana that may induce psychosis. However, I think it might actually not be a bad idea just to ask staff to come back with additional information.
Okay. I do want to throw this out there too. ALMA also provides for, I think it's about $10 million a year in money that goes toward California universities that will study marijuana and the effects. And there's additional monies for all sorts of a variety of other things. But I guess I still don't understand your objection to it, Councilmember McCoy. I think we're both saying the same thing, but looking at it differently. I too don't want people falling victim to this psychosis as a result of pesticides that have been ingested through the use of marijuana.
If it's the pesticides.
Okay.
But we don't know that.
So you're suggesting that maybe it's not the pesticide, it's just the marijuana?
I want that answer.
Well, with all due respect, I don't think we're going to get that answer anytime soon. I think the jury's going to be out on that for a while.
Mr. Adam.
But I think you're also suggesting that if we have a testing facility here in Thousand Oaks that tests both medicinal and recreational, somehow that's a tacit endorsement by the city that we are approving of recreational use. That seems to me to be a bit of a stretch, but maybe you could get back to us about the feasibility of a testing. Are there testing facilities that only test medicinal marijuana in the United States, and are they successful? Is that even feasible, or do they have to do both, or it's just not going to work?
Under current environment, we're only doing medical. So I mean, you could have the federal level saying that we're not going to permit recreational, and then it's 100% medical, and then their volume of work to be viable is there, but it's when it's 50-50 split where we don't know that. So I guess part of the question is we need to find out, one is at the state level, can we prohibit them of only testing medical?
But you just said under the current environment we're only doing medical?
There's no recreation till 2018.
Oh, right. Oh, yeah, till January of 18.
Right.
Oh, jeez.
Right. So I think we got direction on the questions. One is to confirm if we can prohibit them from testing recreational.
I would be in favor of a dispensary if it was medical use only.
A testing facility.
Testing.
Right. Excuse me.
Well,
okay. I will withdraw the motion subject to the additional information.
Would you like to change the motion then? Withdraw and then make a new motion that staff come back with the additional information requested tonight?
Yes, I would do that.
Okay.
Well, I was going to say maybe City Attorney can chime in as well. Perhaps council, in terms of your direction tonight, if staff goes back and determines that is indeed possible, would you like, council could take action tonight to have us move forward with what that would look like and bring that back as
Right.
any sort of package that comes.
So to the extent that the city can regulate the type of marijuana that would be tested in a facility.
Medicinal only.
Yeah, medicinal only. The council would support allowing for one testing facility.
I would rather
feasible.
I would do it.
As the maker of the motion, I would rather just withdraw the motion and have staff come back to us with a response to that question, because I can certainly appreciate the positions that my colleagues are taking. I'm just not sure that I necessarily agree with it, because I for one, excuse me, I for one am completely against recreational marijuana. So, yet I would vote in favor of testing it in this city. So,
another option from council in discussing kind of like the incremental steps is if you're able to give us direction tonight on certain aspects of it. Again, this is a very new area of the law. You have a lot of moving parts here, health studies and regulatory schemes that are still being created. You could direct that if you're able to give us direction tonight on areas that if you do want to make changes, we can move through that, but come back. It would probably take, several months to get additional information to you on other components. And so it could be that you want to take no action on testing facilities, for instance, and then we can revisit it in 6 months or a year and just move in incremental steps. That's another option you can consider.
What I thought was probably the lowest hanging fruit on there may turn out to be the most difficult, but then what's that? Withdraw the motion.
Well,
that's what I did.
Yeah, he could
did
withdraw
that.
the motion.
I said that twice already.
We could vote on it, however, because we did have a motion, and I would be in support of your original motion, really, because
I would like my colleagues down there to at least have the information and perhaps some additional information that they might come by that might sway them.
If I were to hear from Mr. McPherson that Mr. Kyle's study is valid, then I would entertain it. But I haven't heard or read that evidence.
Yeah, my guess is that Mr. McPherson can probably find studies that'll come down on both sides of that fence.
Wait, you mean the study that Joe mentioned about pesticides can cause psychosis?
Pesticides are the cause of the psychosis.
Well, even if they don't cause psychosis, nobody wants to ingest pesticides, right?
That's not my point, Al.
Well, I mean, there's other things that are regulated in the marketplace too. Take alcohol. You know, you can't sell moonshine because it could.
But I believe,
you blind.
if I may interject, I believe that the speaker this evening, Mrs. Robinson, if I understood correctly, and maybe you can correct me if I'm wrong, he was taking medicinal marijuana. It was medicinal. It wasn't recreational. It was medicinal. Okay.
That hadn't been tested.
If it is the pesticides, this would be a great place for testing. That's why I want to know that. If he was taking medicinal marijuana and it was the pesticides, then I think it would be excellent to have testing. I think it'd be great to have it.
But regardless, you do have to test it. You have to test the medical marijuana. You should test it just simply because of all of the different. What did we hear? The percentage, 70% was really unclean or untested, whatever it may have been. So, Mr.
Can we just
let me just ask a quick. Would a testing facility even know the difference between recreational and medicinal, and when they just get marijuana and not necessarily even know what's what?
The plant is the plant, but as far as determining what's coming in for purpose in the track and trace system, when it comes to the testing lab, they'll know it's coming from the medical side as far as being used for that purpose. In some states, ironically, is they test for recreational, but they don't even test for medical. And so you have people that have a medical license to buy recreational because they know it's tested, but they don't even buy medical even though they have a medical card.
Okay.
You know, I don't think it matters whether it's a pesticide or not. It really doesn't. It's a quality of the plant that's coming in. So pesticide is ingested everywhere. It's on our fruit.
I imagine if Councilmember Price puts the motion forward again, it'll be a 3-2 vote, maybe 4-1.
Can you restate your original motion?
Well, I was trying to get consensus here, but it doesn't seem like that's going to happen here tonight. And I understand that. My original motion was simply to direct staff to come back to us with the necessary parameters to allow a single testing facility sited in the city where it would be least impactful.
And I don't think we're going to come to a unanimous decision. This is my conviction.
I understand that.
Put it forward, and
I just did.
Thanks.
Madam City Attorney.
This is a motion to allow a single testing facility in an industrial, to direct staff to come back with an amendment to our current ordinance that would allow one single testing facility in an industrial area, along with other best practices.
Yes.
Best industry practices. Thank you.
If there are no further comments to the motion, please vote.
That motion carries 3-2 with Council Members McCoy voting no, and I'm sorry, it went away, so I'm not sure who the other, and Councilmember Fox voting no. Thank you.
Okay, so item number 3 is approved. Mr. Fox, you had an interest in number 6, and I had an interest in number 7 because I feel that they both go hand in hand.
Okay. Did you want to handle 7? I don't want to make a motion. I'm not going to support 7. We had the chief of police, if he made a point tonight, which he'd made several, the delivery was clearly the most problematic from a public safety standpoint. He's nodding his head over there. So I don't want to have any part of delivery. If we're going to, and let me be clear, my motion to have staff bring back the regulations, the regulatory aspects of the medicinal is simply to get what that looks like. I'm going to just be clear. I may vote no. If we can't regulate it to the level that the police department says we're basically endorsing this business in the city. We don't see this as a public safety issue. I think Councilmember Price talked about we have no interest in burdening law enforcement with another business in this town. But I think out of respect for the folks that rightly need this medical marijuana because of a legitimate medical issue, that we have a responsibility at least to take a look at it so they don't have to drive into the valley. But the testimony we got tonight with respect to the phony cards and the fraudulent use, it's well documented. Nobody can argue that. And so I think we need to look at this with very tight regulations to the point where if you want to use it for legitimate reason, you don't mind going through those steps. If you don't go you're not going to want to go through those steps if you're using it for recreational purposes with the phony card thing. That's in a sense where I'm coming from, but I think we need to get that information back from staff. So that's item number 6. But item 7, the delivery standpoint, I think we heard loud and clear from the police chief. He doesn't see that as a good idea. So I'm going to be a no vote on 7.
I don't think I have made a motion yet. I have a question for Mr. McPherson, which is that we have patients who may be terminally ill or immobile due to disease or illness and are unable to go to the dispensary, should there be a local dispensary, to pick up their medical marijuana. How would they get their medicinal marijuana?
Well, caregiver is one option, so they have alternative, either someone who could be a caregiver for them to get their medicine to them. Otherwise, it would be physically going to the dispensary, or the alternative would be deliveries. Statistically speaking, about 15% of the people utilize a delivery service, so it's not, an overwhelming. But
did you say 50 or 15?
15%. 15%.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
That is a number that I have not heard tonight. Did I miss that?
I think in the earlier presentation,
15.
we just point something.
All right. And if they don't have a caregiver, then...
And as said earlier, their earlier alternative would be to they can cultivate themselves up to 6 plants.
Mr. Adam. Thank you, Mr. McPherson.
Thank you. As far as delivery, this is a big step for Thousand Oaks to allow, once we get to number 6, if we do in fact allow medicinal marijuana, and I am not prepared to make delivery part of that. It's problematic. Our chief of police is very clear about these problems that can occur with that. I want to keep Thousand Oaks a safe city, and I just think that if we go so far to open a medicinal marijuana dispensary in town, that's just going to have to be convenient enough to be able to drive there and pick some up. I'm not. So my motion would simply be that we do not consider delivery, number 7.
Thank you. Mr. McPherson, I have a question regarding the dispensaries of medical marijuana. Is there a way to determine which patients, does it say what the patient's conditions are when they submit their recommendation to the dispensary?
The dispensary keeps a history, just understanding what kind of medicine they should provide them, so to make sure that as they analyze what their needs are. However, due to HIPAA law, it's not public record or access to that.
And you say that when you say 15% are deliveries, 15% where?
Well, statistically, as part of the argument of the non-retailer, Weed Maps utilize their data throughout the state of that 15% of the total, those that get medicine or deliveries from that component.
Well, hypothetically speaking, if we will have a medical dispensary in Thousand Oaks, that would make it easier or more accessible to those who are terminally ill or need it for some other reason. It would be more accessible simply because it is closer. They don't have to get someone down into the valley or have it called in. But the truth is that deliveries are already happening in Thousand Oaks from dispensaries from Los Angeles County, for example.
Illegally.
Mm-hmm.
It's illegal.
Right, as
correct?
the chief had indicated that they have identified. And again, if you go on the Weed Maps or other delivery services, you can probably identify all those deliveries that are currently illegally delivering into the city.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you. Mr. McCoy.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. McPherson, is it possible to do delivery cashless? And then in addition, I guess this would be to the chief, would it still be considered a felony if a delivery truck is robbed, as you had pointed out earlier with opiates? Can you do a cashless delivery system where the susceptibility of robbery to provide convenience for those who do need medicinal marijuana?
Yeah. Ready? There we go. Thank you. He could address the actual, if cashless is feasible at this point. I know it wasn't a year ago, but it's probably available now to go cashless. That's only one aspect because they're also going after the product. So it's a 50-50 equation. They're going to go after the product just as much as they are the money itself.
I understand that, but you had pointed out earlier, and maybe I misunderstood you, but you said that those that would seek to rob those vehicles are facing, they're wiser now. They would face a felony as opposed to hitting a pharmacy, which wouldn't be as high of an issue. Do you recall that?
Yes, correct. Yeah, they're going to, the difference would be, yes, if they're going to hit a vehicle, they're going to be armed going after a delivery vehicle. 100% they'll be gun-toting, armed. And if that's the case, they're going to end up, doing county time or state time for that. So again, they're looking just like the other ones. Am I answering? I'm not sure your exact question.
Maybe I misunderstood you. I thought that you had earlier said that they don't hit the trucks, they hit the pharmacies.
It's a different crime. So.
Yes, it's a completely different crime, almost with a different aspect. For the other crime, they're 100% going after opiates, not money. On the crime for delivery of marijuana, it's 2 for 1. You get a 2 for 1. You get lots of cash, and you get lots of drugs. Versus the pharmacies, they're just going after opiates, not money whatsoever.
And if I can clarify,
Sure.
The delivery, the types of crimes that are committed are armed robbery, which are in and of itself a felony. When they're breaking into pharmacies, it's a burglary, which is not necessarily going to.
I understand.
Yeah.
That's the difference.
And the difference again also, and you said it eloquently, and also much more citizenry exposed to an armed robbery on a residential street.
Okay, thank you.
You bet.
Mr. Okay. You unchecked it.
Well,
All right,
I was just going to say that for purposes of this discussion that I would be voting against this as well. So.
Okay, so I'm outvoted already.
Yeah,
okay.
if you're doing the math.
Without having made a motion.
Madam Mayor, yeah, I mean, just...
I pressed the motion button a while ago. Okay, right.
Well, just to expound on it just very briefly, I mean, it's common sense. It's a lot easier to regulate one fixed location than it is to regulate deliveries throughout the city. Who do you deliver to? Where do you deliver to? What time do you deliver? Not to mention the fact that it's an all-cash business. It just opens up a huge can of worms that I just don't think is necessary. Especially if
and I'm glad we're having this
6.
discussion rather than just stopping it completely right at the beginning. I wanted the council to weigh in on these discussions. These are very important topics.
Oh, yeah.
That is why they're on the agenda,
that's great.
and very important to the residents, whether pro or con, and they deserve a healthy discussion rather than just saying, let's not even think about it.
Anyway,
so
my
I
motion
appreciate
stands.
that. You did make a motion? I missed it completely.
Yes, I did. I motioned that we not consider delivery.
Okay.
Number 7.
That's fine.
Basically
Mr.
to continue
McCoy?
to not allow deliveries.
Yeah. Mr. McCoy, are you still going to want to say something? All right, no more speakers. Then Mr. Adam has a motion not to pursue item number 7, which was deliveries of medical marijuana. Please vote.
That motion carries 5-0.
And now Mr. Fox.
Thank you. I believe the last item is the dispensaries. So I would move that we direct staff to bring back a report with the regulatory requirements for one dispensary. And that would include the location, which is my understanding that would be in the industrial area. That's where council's looking at. We'd also would like to include hours of operation, the issue of appointments, advanced notification, on-site security, and we'd want the police department to be included in that staff report with a written report. Not Chief Hagel commenting on a staff report. We'd want the police department's written recommendation on their view of the security and the overall public safety impact of that facility based on these regulations. And that would be brought back to council.
Mayor Pro Tem Fox, we do have additional information if you want to go over some of those components. We are prepared tonight to discuss those additional components if you'd prefer to do that.
Yeah, I don't want to have two public hearings on this thing.
Right.
So, yeah. Do you have the information?
Yeah, what is that information?
I'm going to withdraw the motion.
So
maybe we can get to the bottom of this.
Perhaps, and Mr. Town, perhaps you can pull up a slide specifically prepared for this portion of the discussion, and then Mr. McPherson, I'm certain, can re-step you through those various components and the areas in which we may be able to seek
I don't want to do this again.
additional guidance from the council.
So this, I did pull up a slide that we had prepared in case the council wanted to consider dispensaries. And so what this shows is basically 5 areas that we thought were germane to this topic. Pretty simple, but if you can provide us with direction in these areas, that would be helpful.
And I think it might be helpful just as a refresher, because we covered a lot of content tonight, if Mr. McPherson could quickly go through those components up there so the council has a refresher on what those items entail.
Oh, I don't know if we do we need that again? All of that, what we already discussed? Back to the list? All right.
So the first one I was that I think there's been plenty of discussion on is the number of dispensaries. So we've heard 1, we've heard 2, we've heard a combination there. So I guess
1. I think you heard 1 from the guys on this side of the table.
Yeah. Okay. So
do we need a motion? Okay.
Let's just go through the list.
The motion was already, Mr. Fox had already touched upon the written recommendations, the hours of operation, the on-site security. I think the one component there, appointments versus walk-ins, we need to be specific, right?
That's a good point.
Yeah, and we don't have the hours of operation. We just threw it out there. We didn't say what hours.
There are, again, as we've indicated, there are going to be best industry practices that are a given, that staff would, if the council wants to consider amendments to our current ordinance allowing medical marijuana dispensaries, best industry practices staff will put those in there for sure. But there are specific areas that we do need direction on because they're much more of a policy call as opposed to a best industry practice.
You want us to chime in on this list?
Chime in on the number of dispensaries.
Let's do it.
Okay, so 1.
So we can just go one by one.
Put it back up on the board.
Motion. Just go one by one.
The number of dispensaries was just 1.
1.
The location was industrial.
Right.
Yes.
Limited days and hours of operation, definitely.
What's the industry standard? I don't know what that is.
So state law.
Well, it's not going to be 24 hours a day.
I don't know what it is, and I'm not just saying industry standards until I know what it is.
So state law currently as it stands says from the hours of 6 to 10 or the limitations as far as you can't go to 11 o'clock and you can't go earlier than that. So that's the state law, but standards technically most people aren't getting up at 6 o'clock in the morning unless they're going to work and getting medicine prior to going to work. So they're looking at a range from both ends, the front end and the back end for people who have access to.
6 to 10.
But for the most part, 10 to 10 is where most dispensaries do. It covers 12 hours, so that gives you an 8-hour shift for staff and a 4-hour, but it also covers the day, and then it covers mostly it's the more of a transition at the end where
Okay,
people...
so here would be, just you might as well get up here and stay up there. Okay. My question would be, 10 o'clock at night in industrial area, everything is shut down for the most part. They're usually not well lit. Why in the world would we want this business open after 6 o'clock at night? Then I'm asking you.
As I was listening to him discuss, I mean, the number just came to me instantly because I know our peak call volume times when officers are tied up on 350 miles of streets here in town. And if we're going to keep it safe in the areas you're talking about, I can't imagine anything after 7 o'clock at night.
Okay, so that's what I'm talking about. So I think we need to regulate it from 10 to 7.
Well, keep in mind, too, a lot of these hours have to do with the fact that these, I believe they should be appointment only, not walk-ins. People just show up,
right?
You know, loitering in front.
Well, that's a separate issue.
I know, but well, not really, because
yeah, it is.
Yeah, but
they're open from 10 to 7, and
you would stimulate more walk-ins if you had longer hours. I'm talking about appointments only.
I'm just trying to work us through. So the hours, unless there's an objection. I'm recommending so we can 10 to 7.
It's 12 hours usually.
7,
it's
right,
12
Chief?
hours.
I am, and I would say just like we have in other businesses, I can think of other businesses where we've had to adjust over time. I think 10 to 7 is a great start. If we find over time, you know.
Right. Slow. We're going to go slow here. That's what everybody said. So 10 to 10 is not going to cut it. So 10 to 7 p.m.
Correct.
Then the next thing would be appointment only. Right. Okay, but then the question is, what is an appointment only? Is it 24-hour notice? Is it 48-hour notice? What's the industry standard on that?
They make the appointment with a patient.
Most places don't do an appointment. It's a walk-in flow. So, you know, to do an appointment restricts because if they're trying to do volume in order to even the number of employees for staffing purposes becomes a problem because they're paying for security for that. They're paying to have bud tenders or other staff managers on down. They look at usually peak calls, just like calls for service. They also have peak call demand for staffing. So when you spread it out, it becomes a little more challenging for them for that. We haven't encountered anywhere where there's actually an appointment only, where it's a retail front location.
What's the police department say about that?
Again, I keep just using this an approach. You know, we make appointments to go to our doctors, and that seems to work. I just can't imagine why we can't make an appointment, and I'm sure that we can certainly find a marijuana dispensary owner that would love to come to town that's willing to make appointments. You know who you have, what you're getting, you have a record going in there.
So here's my thoughts on this, is that because I think council is unanimous that we're at least evaluating the medical aspect of this. These are people who have pretty significant medical issues. They're probably making appointments to go see their doctor. If you get a prescription from your doctor, then you have to, and most doctors are not going to give you a prescription over the phone. You got to go in and see them personally, and then you got to go to the pharmacy to get it filled. It's not a walk-in operation by no stretch of the imagination. If you have the flu, you're not going to walk in and get that handled in an hour. So why would we make it any different for these folks that have serious medical issues that make it convenient, but they also need to make an appointment? We're trying to deter the kid with the card. Bottom line here, that's what we're trying to deter. And the kid with the card's not going to make an appointment, I don't think.
I think the walk-in would encourage more abuse. I just hope we don't put so many strictures on the thing that nobody will want to, open one. I guess, but if we do, we do. Then maybe one doesn't get open. But appointment only would seem to me to be the more pragmatic, conservative approach, and for people that really need it, the medicinal end of it.
My question is: do we want to vote on each individual item, or do we want to just take it as a package?
Package.
a package?
Again, my recommendation is, I think there was consensus on one dispensary. I think there was consensus on industrial area. I think that there's consensus on the hours of operation, 10 to 7 p.m.
So, and it sounds to me like there's consensus on appointment.
Right.
What about the days of the week?
Okay.
I'm sorry, I wasn't paying attention. Days of the week, not a grave concern on the law enforcement side. We have equal staffing 7 days a week.
I'm good with 7 days a week.
7 days a week would be fine. Mr. Mark Town wanted to weigh in real quick.
Thank you. Just wanted to note that the city of Ojai, for theirs is an appointment-based system, and it's a 24-hour
24 hours.
24-hour notice required.
All three of them 24 hours or just one? You have three.
It looks like all three, but I'd have to dig a little bit deeper. That's a standard requirement that appears to apply to all three. 24-hour notice.
Interesting.
I think it is important to note that for Ojai, it's 3 dispensaries and also 3 deliveries. So there is that delivery component to that. I mean, just to be fair to Ojai, to let them know that they do have this non-retail, quote, non-retail, non-storefront dispensary. They allow 3, but they also allow 3 deliveries to that.
That's good to know. Thank you.
As far as days of the week, for the same reasons that you brought up about the area being shuttered at night, essentially, I think the same thing happens over the weekend to a certain extent. Is that a consideration that causes you any concern?
Well, I just heard the police chief say that's not a concern to him. So, I said at the outset, absent some overriding information, I think the police department needs to endorse virtually every aspect that we're looking at. And then we can decide, but I at least want to hear from the police department.
Well, if I may weigh in, the hours of operation 10 to 7 are so limited that we should at least allow 7 days a week.
Right.
Well, yeah, and if somebody has a chemo infusion and they're sick,
I totally agree,
and they need it, and it's a Sunday and we're closed. That's not
I don't think
work.
anybody's arguing with 7 days a week.
No, I'm not.
Yeah. So, what else do you need, Ms. Noonan?
The THC versus CBD.
Well, from what I understand, you almost have to have both, because if you limit it to one, you limit the business. I mean, you impair the business to the point where it may not even be able to work.
Well, more importantly, I think you're impairing the access to it then, and you're kind of defeating the purpose, because each of those, as we've heard testimony, and I've certainly read a significant amount about it, provide relief for different things.
Right.
So
that makes sense.
That's true too. The treatment aspect.
So the recommendation would be to allow both THC as well as CBD.
Yeah, if we're going to do it, it needs to be able to provide.
I know Mr. McCoy
relief.
had a
Right.
perhaps a concern regarding
You
that.
okay with that?
Yeah, I'm good with that.
Right, there are a couple of additional issues factors that we need some direction on. First is an application processing, of a selection criteria. It would be our recommendation that staff create basically some type of or standard industry process for an application process to open up a single dispensary in the city, and that also be included in the ordinance. I didn't
like
say
an
that
RFP
I didn't
type
say
thing?
that very articulate. I'm looking at Joel. It's staff's recommendation that we bring back
A standard industry application process.
Okay. The other question is tax policies. Is there any interest in staff looking at
increasing the business tax?
I think they said
which
somewhere
requires a vote.
Well, we can only recoup our costs, right?
No, this is tax.
Fees or
But
the
we can put
cost.
it to the voter
Yeah,
in November of next year.
Well, actually, I don't.
The industry standard ever was 6 to 8 or 4 to 6, something like that.
I don't know that we're able to tax it.
No, it goes to the voters.
It goes to voters and requires a 2/3
This
vote.
is medicinal cannabis we're talking about here.
Here are mixed questions. One has to do with fees, and the other one has to do with tax. So maybe we can clarify what.
Yeah, I think the first question was about taxing. Are we?
Right. So he said that over time the tax, which is a competitive level of an entry point, is around 4 to 6% now. Where traditionally, year and a half, 2 years ago, they were as high as 10% from a gross receipts.
It was my understanding that the medicinal could not be taxed.
So for clarification, medicinal and state law says that the sales tax is exempt if you have a patient ID card, and less than 1% of 1%, and we use an example, there's roughly less than 800 people in the whole Ventura County that have a patient ID card that's issued through the state or the county. So they would be exempt, which would be probably 1 out of every 100 have that card at best for the sales tax exemption. From the local tax, which would be a 218 voter initiative, you would set the rate which you would want taxed on that for the local tax. And that's what we indicated, that a reasonable point that is acceptable standards these days is between 4 to 6%. But with only one, you could maybe have it a little higher just because of there's not a saturation, a competitive component here.
You mentioned that, I'm sorry, but I kind of taken the floor here. You mentioned that, and I just lost my train of thought. It'll come back to me.
Fees?
No, not about going to the voters. I'll get it back in a moment.
But these taxes would have to go to the voter, would they not?
Yeah. That's correct.
Okay.
The fee is for, if I understand it, the fee is for the full cost recovery. Okay?
Right.
So they're paying the fee for the full cost recovery. And that includes the staff and police costs. All right.
Correct.
The tax is really separate from that. And I would propose that we use the industry standard. Contrary to what some cities have done, I don't view this in any way, shape, or form as any kind of financial advantage for the city. From my perspective, and what I think I hear with my colleagues, is we're doing this 100% because of a medical need of some of our residents. So, I would say even 4%, whatever, on the low side. There's only one in town, but from my perspective, I don't think it needs to be a money-making situation, rather than where we're just within the industry standard.
Well, plus if you overtax it, you drive into the black market, which is exactly what we don't want to happen.
So there's reasons why not to tax it high.
That's right.
So I remembered my question again. You mentioned the 800. Thanks for not laughing. You mentioned the 800 individuals in Ventura County who have the state-issued card. Is that not a mandatory card that they obtain?
No, that's HNS 11362.71 says if they have the card before it's a concern regarding an affirmative defense that you legally can have a certain amount and identified by the state and register with them. Otherwise, you're just using a doctor's recommendation. Majority of people, as indicated, there's only 6,800 people that were registered in the state of California that actually has a patient card issued through the health department for the county.
Yeah, that seems like a problem that we should have fixed a long time ago. But oh well.
So back to the question about the city attorney about the tax. The tax requires 2/3 majority vote.
Well, it depends whether it would be a general tax or a special tax. Mm-hmm. But if the consensus from the council, again, tonight it's only getting direction. If the consensus from the council is to implement some type of tax policy consistent with the industry standard, then we will include that in drafting of an ordinance.
Include it.
All right. So if I just want to round this whole thing up, and I think that we're good to go.
I don't think we're done.
I want to make sure that if we do this as a package, Mr. McCoy, I know you had concerns regarding the THC, and I'm not sure whether you will have a concern with this tax. So,
yes, I have a concern with the THC, but I'm in favor of 4 of the 5, and if you lump them together, I'll do the bidding of the council in that sense. So I realize I'm in the minority in one, but it's going to move forward, so I'm okay with that.
Okay, what about the tax? Mr.
No, not
Price?
at all.
No?
Yeah, I am Mr. Price.
Yeah,
nothing about the tax. I want to talk about the security issues.
Okay, I think the city attorney would like to get direction on the tax.
Oh.
No, I think
thought
we
had
have
already done
consensus.
that.
I think we have consensus on that.
You're clear on that. Okay.
Yes.
All right, security.
So I'd like to talk about security and perhaps audits that be conducted quarterly. And I think the security obviously has to come from the chief and the police department. Whatever it is that they want, camera systems, access to camera systems, that is huge. Where they are placed,
Retention.
Retention. I hate the games that those places used to play in Los Angeles, where you'd go there and they simply, the recorder wasn't on. We got smart. We just went in there and took the recorders first thing without even asking. So I don't want to have to get there. So let's make sure that we cover all of that.
All right, so if we can kind of round this up then, with respect to dispensaries, the consensus is one dispensary in the industrial area, operating hours 10 a.m. to 7 p.m., 7 days a week, appointments only, allow both THC and CBD, create an application process based on industry best standards, create a taxing mechanism based on industry best standards, and also include additional security measures, including auditing, access, retention, location based on industry best standards. If that's accurate, I need someone to make a motion.
I'll move that.
Who was that?
Me.
Oh, okay, Mr. Fox. Okay. All right. Any questions or comments regarding that particular motion?
Did that include, I believe you included quarterly audits?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I just want to look at staff to make sure that we're not forgetting anything.
So there will be a component that authorizes you to have access and to do that, but in the tax measure, usually administratively, just like for a business tax, it has all the auditing from a fiscal standpoint in there too. So it kind of covers it in 2 points, two different areas.
Part of that. Okay.
I just wanted to clarify that this is a motion to initiate an MCA for the above, or is it just to report back on the above?
No, it's a direction to start doing that, but it's not the formal motion to initiate. We would bring the formal motion to initiate via consent at the next city council meeting.
Okay.
So just, as the maker of the motion, I just want to ask Chief Hagel, if all things being equal, if you're going to have a one dispensary in town that handles just medical use, in your view, have we covered all the bases to address the public safety concerns?
Yes, we have. When it comes down to the actual nitty-gritty of the actual security plan for the business, I'm really comfortable with staff that we're going to cover every base there.
Okay. And then from the consultant, I know we've regulated it, but in your view, if we move forward on this, are we going to provide a viable medical marijuana facility for those that need it in the community?
Absolutely. I think what we'll put together for you will be something that I think the industry will be very appreciative of, but it will be equitable, but also have good accountability and oversight in that process.
All right.
In this ordinance or in this proposal, can we make a recommendation? Well, perhaps not, but to come back with an update to the City Council in terms of how this whole thing is going. Can we do that within 12 months?
Well, yeah, we can absolutely do that. Absolutely, in 12
Whether
months.
we need to make any changes. Okay. All right, then go ahead and please prepare us for a vote, or did you need to say something? Okay, go ahead.
I do want to say something, and because I got to tell you, it's been a long time that we've been discussing this issue, and it's not without trepidation that I will be voting in favor of this. I am concerned. I have a document here. There are still 37 bills working their way through our state legislature up north, dealing with the fallout from AUMA and the medical issues. And this is, I think we are taking, this council is being very wise in taking baby steps here to allow a single dispensary, and I certainly hope we're making the right decision here. So with that, I'll be voting in favor of it.
Thank you. And Mrs. Rodriguez, if you could please prepare us for a vote.
The motion carries 5-0.
All right, that's the marijuana policy now being worked on. And now number 10 is the Downtown Revitalization Ad Hoc Committee report. Will be given by, let me see, Mr. Town? Yeah, I'll give you a couple of minutes to breathe. I believe Mr. Town is ready with item number 10A. Mr. Town?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This item involves a report from the Downtown Revitalization Ad Hoc Committee. And the purpose tonight is twofold. One is to report on activities of the committee, and second is for the council to consider endorsement of specific steps going forward. In terms of background, as you will recall, in January, the City Council discussed the need for a focused vision for the downtown core. Emphasis was on...
I'm sorry to interrupt, Mr. Town. Councilmember McCoy is absent for a moment. Do you think we can wait a couple minutes for him to come back?
Sure.
Okay.
Congratulations on it for yourself. Thanks. That's great. How old is he? Thanks after tomorrow. Congratulations on your kids too. Thank you.
I'll go get someone.
All right, I believe, Mr. Town, everybody's here now, and I believe you will have our full attention as soon as Mr. Adams sits down.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council. So this item involves a report regarding the Downtown Revitalization Ad Hoc Committee's activities, and the purpose is to discuss those briefly and for the council to consider endorsing certain action items that are recommended by the committee. Back in January, we discussed the need for a downtown core vision that would emphasize connectivity, as you recall, high-quality design across the board, creating really nice, attractive public spaces throughout. And just to summarize, this is important because the downtown core really is the arts and entertainment center for the city. It's anchored by this building, the Civic Arts Plaza, and what's unique about this area is that the city owns about 53% of the area, so it has a significant interest in the future development of it. And recently we've seen quite a bit of development interest over about the last year. Just again, to refresh, the downtown study area runs from Herbs Road to Conejo School Road and spans both sides of Thousand Oaks Boulevard. This area that you're looking at is about 27 acres in size. The lavender are the properties owned by the city, and the yellow overlay are privately owned properties. This is an updated map showing development activity in the area. As you can see quickly, there's a lot going on within and adjacent to the downtown core, and we've also talked to various development teams about properties within the boundaries of the downtown core itself as well. The ad hoc committee itself was formed this February, composed of Mayor Pro Tem Andy Fox and Council Member Al Adam, and the committee has met with staff 5 times since late March. And so let's jump right in to the first topic that is being recommended to the full council tonight, and that has to do with the pre-screening process for Measure E units. Right now there are 2 different processes that applicants follow when they request units from the Measure E banks. As you know, there's a smaller Measure E bank for the Thousand Oaks Boulevard specific plan and another larger bank for the entire city boundaries outside of that specific plan. The specific plan process requires that yourselves provide the pre-screening and allocation of units. Plans for those projects are required. If you recall, the one pre-screening that you heard regarding the proposed mixed use at the previous Canoa Veterinary Clinic site. You had benefit of planned site plans, conceptual grading, elevations, etc. And then that is, of course, followed by Planning Commission recommendation, and the specific plan requires that this come back to you for final action. Now, if we compare that to the citywide process, that's simply a City Council review of a general plan amendment. A request. Plans are not required, and the most recent example was your consideration of the Pinecrest School change from institutional to medium-density residential. You did not have benefit of any of the plans that I just mentioned. And in this case as well, for all general plan amendments, it goes to the commission and then back to you for final action. The proposed process is just one citywide pre-screening process that would use uniform criteria to evaluate. Right now we have predefined criteria for the specific plan, but they're general in nature. These would be somewhat more detailed. But most importantly, the one process approach would provide for equity and consistency across applicants both inside the specific plan boundaries and outside. The second topic that we wanted to cover tonight is that of streetscape improvements. The committee has looked at a number of concepts and designs prepared both by staff and consultants working for the city and outside consultants. The focus of staff's effort has been on the street improvements near the mixed-use project that is currently under construction at the prior site of the Lupe's Mexican restaurant. Idea being that we should really coordinate public improvements with private sector development to provide a holistic approach to the entire streetscape design and construction process. It'll provide much better synergy and provide a much better and more attractive entrance to the downtown core, in this case from the western gateway to it. Other projects in terms of streetscape improvements would be done as private sector development proceeds. So this is a streetscape concept that has been discussed and that the committee would like to, and staff supports this as well, of course, would like you to consider. This streetscape concept, if I may, does a few things. First of all, we are focusing on the area from Herbs Road, which is right here, over to Dallas Drive, which is right here. But the intersection improvements are focused right here from Herbs to Zuniga Ridge Place. Some overarching features of this concept that are best illustrated by this image. First of all, is we are narrowing the travel lanes from 12 feet to 11 feet in width. What that does is open up space for wider landscaped medians right here between Los Feliz and Herbs Road. Also wider landscaped median here up to 7 feet in width. And it also provides for a nice landscaped median extending from Zuniga Ridge Place all the way over to Dallas Drive up to 18 feet in width. If we zoom in and look at the key intersections here, what this plan concept also does is result in the installation of 7 bulb outs. These are these expanded areas that provide for better public gathering spaces. In fact, this one right here would end up being 28 feet in width, quite a substantial width, and they would help to slow traffic down and create a more pedestrian friendly environment. We have, in addition to that, an additional series of changes to signals, their location and their timing, and what that does is enable us to install another north-south crosswalk right here on the east side of Zuniga Ridge Place. Otherwise, we only have the one here on the west side of Herbs Road. So this other crosswalk will be a key connector, for instance, for future residents at the Lupe's mixed-use site. If they want to access commercial businesses here, they would be able to use that. The 2 bulb outs, the widened median, also makes for a more attractive and manageable pedestrian distance coming across. Other features include pavers. The concept envisions pavers in the crosswalks and then contrasting pavers in the bulb outs with a third set of contrasting pavers in the intersections themselves. The preliminary cost for this phase one is a little bit over $2 million, $2.17 million. $2 million, as you know, was recently budgeted for these phase one improvements in the city's CIP budget. Again, that was an initial estimate created by staff with a significant buffer included. We will, of course, have more refined estimates as we go forward. The third topic that we wanted to pass by the council and ideally receive the full council's endorsement is the idea of a master plan for the downtown core. As I've mentioned before, the Thousand Oaks specific plan doesn't really differentiate the downtown core from Urbs to Conejo School Road. It does have some special design standards, but it doesn't have a special land use mix, nor a robust analysis of circulation, parking, etc. That's exactly what this master plan would do. It would get down to the specific core area of Urbs to Conejo School Road and literally integrate those topics that I just mentioned. Remember, the general plan provides a vision of the city. The specific plan provides a vision for the 3-mile-long plan itself. Now we're talking about a downtown master plan for this about half-mile core area that's so important. This image may be familiar. This is one that we showed at our January discussion on the same topic. And I just included it to mention that as part of this master plan, we'd be looking at uses. We'd be looking at creative office, hospitality, perhaps additional residential, but also looking at connectivity issues. Remember, we've talked about the Paseo that's right here that starts over here at the Lupe's project and could ideally wind its way all the way through the western part of the downtown area. We should also study Oakwood and whether it should be in fact connected to Dallas Drive to provide another source of circulation there. And then all of this drives the parking analysis. We really need to get our arms around whether structured parking or surface lots are appropriate in the downtown area, and if so, how should they be sized, where should they be located, and what are the ripple benefits in terms of perhaps less parking required on site for businesses in this core area. We are recommending that we obtain some outside assistance on this, only because this does involve specialized areas such as structured parking analysis. This outside assistance would be very specific, very focused, and actionable. And we would like to actually get going on this in the next couple months. And just to allay any concerns, this master plan would not conflict with the work that's currently being done by Cosmont companies in terms of the citywide economic development strategic plan and their current real estate analysis of the downtown area. It all complements each other, really no overlap at all. So those are the three topics that we would like council endorsement on. But I also wanted to mention that, as you know, at your goal-setting meeting in May, that you directed staff to analyze the residential capacity that existed when Measure E was adopted back in 1996. Staff is working on the protocol for that right now, and we anticipate that we would have that analysis done in the fall and would bring those preliminary results to the committee for their review, and then by City Council, as directed by City Council at the goal-setting meeting on May 9th. So that gives you a time frame for that analysis. And with that, the last slide, staff would recommend, and the committee would recommend, I'm so used to saying staff, that the City Council in its entirety endorse really three items: a citywide pre-screening process for Measure E units, to go forward with the Phase 1 streetscape concept improvements. Again, this is the first phase. There will be additional improvements beyond this going forward. This is to get the process going in a balanced way. And then third is your endorsement of a master plan for the downtown core. And all this is per the specific recommendations contained in your staff report. And with that, I'd be happy to answer questions. And Cliff Finley, Deputy Public Works Director to my left, is here as well.
Thank you so much, Mr. Town. Yes, I do have several questions. So since nobody else has hit the button, I'm going to ask the questions. Regarding the median, there are options for a more narrow or a narrower median and then a wider median on Teal Boulevard that I saw. One was, I think, 8 feet or 8 feet, and the other one 12 or 18 that I saw.
Yes, the narrower medians are in the intersection, actually, of Herbs to Los Feliz. Those are required because you have your turn lanes and your circulation. As you move further east down the boulevard, you have 2 lanes in each direction per the specific plan. So with the 11-foot lanes, we have added that additional space to the median to allow some nicer landscaping and features within the median.
Would this design lend itself to a Class 4 bike path?
It would not actually in this segment. It's still as per the specific plan is a Class 3 with the right-hand lane including sharrows.
Class 3, not Class 2, but Class 3?
Class 3, yeah. It's actually you take the lane.
Would it be at all feasible to turn it into a Class 4, especially since I think it's just prettier, it's has more benefits, and I believe there's funding available.
We have the right of way we have from curb to curb. We could use that any way that the council requests. Per the specific plan, there is a median and not a Class 4 bike lane at this point in time. So we're trying to make this more pedestrian friendly, which that median provides some safe haven for people crossing the street. That was kind of the way we were looking at this point.
Okay, so the idea of a Class 4 bike lane was never entertained. I mean, they coexist, pedestrians with the cyclists or bicyclists. Was it ever entertained?
It was not consistent with a specific plan, so we did not entertain it in this study.
Is that something that perhaps, since the specific plan is a living document, is that something that could be considered?
Yes, we can consider that. The concept that we're looking at now, just so we're clear, includes on-street parking. That's 9 feet in width, and then you have next to that your travel lanes, and those are, as I mentioned before, 11 feet in width. The travel lane closest to the parking lane has the sharrows, those painted diagrams to indicate where bicycles are allowed. If we went to a Class 4, then it may have an impact on street parking, but that's the trade-off. And right now, given the emphasis on allowing for on-street parking, we were trying to preserve that as part of this concept, but we can certainly look into it.
Okay. Well, would have just been... Go ahead, Mr. Finley.
Yeah, I'd also like to make an additional comment. One of the challenges with that is you'd need an additional probably 6 feet on each side to do that. So you'd either have to give up the parking,
which we don't want to do,
or a lane, because you can't have enough space of that 18-foot median to still maintain any turn lanes at the intersections. So if you had a Class 4, you'd have to start them and stop them at every intersection, and it really takes away from there actually truly being a Class 4.
Okay. Now, one of the property owners, I believe it was a property owner from Clear Oaks, where they cleared several oak trees, I think. She was concerned about customers not being able to turn left into her parking lot. Now, is this meeting going to be preventing drivers from turning left?
Short answer is it would. But I'm also under the impression that the city's economic development manager has reached out and met with her. And I think it's fair to say that her concerns have been reduced.
Reduced to what?
I'll speak to it because I know I had the conversation with Haider Al-Awami, who did walk those areas, and there are trade-offs when you're going through and doing these types of improvements, and in this case, it's similar to when we put the median in front of Mastro's. So when you have to go through and do the U-turn to get into Mastro's, it's a very similar scenario. People still have a clear pathway to get to their business. They may just have to do a U-turn or come back to a different area there. So I think there's an understanding, appreciation for what's happening. I wouldn't suggest that everyone is completely happy yet. But certainly we're going to do everything we can to keep that communication up and help mitigate those concerns. But the larger point is traffic flow and ensuring that there's multiple options to access those business locations is important.
Okay. All right, Mr. McCoy.
I'm no expert, obviously, in the building world, but some developers have shared with me that pavers are somewhat of a concern. Can you address that as to how they wouldn't be a maintenance issue, or what work you've done to resolve that? Because I see there's quite a few pavers in the design.
So this is a preliminary concept design. We are still exploring materials. Talking to other communities, pavers are used for crosswalks and full intersections in many cities throughout California, but we are and will do some additional research to find out whether they create noise, whether maintenance is an issue, et cetera. Anything that cars drive over is a maintenance issue, as we all know, paint and stripes and everything else. The good quality pavers seem to hold up pretty well in communities like Pasadena and Palm Springs, and so. But we're still exploring.
All right, thank you so much.
The streetscape concept, does it include Silva cells?
Silva cells are part of the tools in our toolbox for the landscape plan as we move forward. We're excited about the opportunity. That extra wide median may give us the opportunity to plant some oak trees in that median, because it's actually wide enough to accommodate some certain species of oak trees.
That is very exciting to hear. I will remember what you said. All right. Very good. I don't have any additional comments now that you've answered my questions. Let's see. Somebody does. Oh, somebody withdrew. Okay. Then that somebody is back on. Al Adam.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Well, just a comment. As you can see, this has been a very active committee. We've met 5 times, and we'll probably continue to meet very frequently because there's a lot to work on here. It's a learning experience for staff and Andy and I. Completely, because we're dealing with a specific plan that was written 5 or 6 years ago, but we're finding that it doesn't address the nitty-gritty kind of issues that we're facing. When we look at our downtown core and we look at the village concept, a lot of these things weren't addressed in the specific plan. It talked about a 3-mile length of boulevard, and mixed use was the answer to everything, and that may not exactly be the case. I mean, we're looking at compatibility between different developments. We're looking at connectivity. We're looking at economic diversity. We don't necessarily just want anything but restaurants. Maybe we want a presence from California Lutheran on the boulevard somewhere. Maybe we want the presence of the Rams on the boulevard. Things like this to give us the economic diversity will make sure this whole concept is sustainable. So I just think that, and as far as public amenities, we're looking for public space. Very important. I mean, the specific plan calls for 3%, but I think we're finding out that 3% really isn't enough. So we got to reevaluate things. So we're learning as we go along, and I really think this whole idea of a master plan makes a lot of sense. It really does, because we can hone in on this one area, this Herbs to Conejo School Road that we've designated as our village concept, as our downtown core, and it really helped. Because you know what, folks, we only have one shot at this, and we got to get it right. We got to get it right. So this will just be one extra tool for us to make sure we do just that.
I'm glad that you mentioned that. Would the proposal, the recommendation for soliciting proposals include criteria such as not developers, but what do you call them? Companies which will include environmentally friendly, progressive sort of things. Since this is a big investment in the future, it needs to last for a long time. We need to make sure that it doesn't use up all of our, in terms of water, for example, and the plants and any tools in the toolbox available to us to make this environmentally friendly and energy efficient. Are there companies out there that specialize in that?
The short answer, again, is yes, there are. And in fact, in terms of that citywide pre-screening process, one of the main categories that we will be focusing on is environmentally friendly practices in terms of building design, landscape design, et cetera. So that will become an integral part of any project that is looking for measuring units. And we are already looking in that direction for local projects, including, for instance, the mixed use at Lupe's has a variety of environmentally sensitive design practices.
Very good, especially the gray water, very important. Okay, then let me see, who is this? Mr. Price.
Yes, this has been a long time coming. This is something that we started discussing a long time ago. I think we've made progress, and this committee certainly has. Thanks for all your hard work on that. It certainly makes sense to take this pre-screening process and make it the same citywide. It gives us more flexibility. We're not going to be held hostage by somebody who gets an entitlement, and then 3 years later we're still waiting for them to be developed. So that's a good thing. Streetscape looks great. I really look forward to the day that we have the first shovels in the ground, and then of course the ribbon cutting for those. So I'm ready to move approval of this. Actually, it's just a report, isn't it? So we don't even need any action, but it's just, there are 3 recommendations. That's right. We're endorsing you. Hang on, I got to bring it up here.
Right. If you look at the first page of the staff report, it's endorsing the concepts, but also instructing staff to solicit proposals, et cetera.
Then I'll just move staff's recommendation 1 through 3. I do think it's a great idea to have somebody that comes in and takes a look at that core and really helps us further define what it is we want to see there and how to get there.
Okay, so we do have a vote. Not a vote, but a motion that we need to vote on. Thank you to the ad hoc committee for finding time to discuss this, and it makes sense to have pre-screening for all of our Measure E units as they're the so-called golden tickets. If there are no further questions or comments, I will call for a vote.
That motion carries 5-0.
Excellent, thank you. All right, well done. Now we will go to the, do we have any follow-up reports? Nope. National League of Cities, Mr. Price.
Yes, for some reason it won't come up on my screen. There it is. So I did attend the National League of Cities Summer Policy Forum, June 19th through the 21st. I got to travel on Father's Day. Not complaining, it was good. First attended the Legislative Advocacy Committee meeting where I am a member, and we had a presentation from the Federal Advocacy Director, Irma Esparza-Diggs. She's actually a new employee of National League of Cities, taking over for Carolyn Coleman, who is our State League head now. And anyway, they focused on the budget and we talked about a lot of things dealing with the president's skinny budget that came out, and the fact that there were about 700 elected officials from around the country who signed on to a letter to protect CDBG funding, and a number of other issues that were brought up. There's actually a plan now with National League of Cities to a strategy, if you will, to go out and engage residents. We're going to, I think, something will be brought before this council on July 11th, a proposal to hold a meeting. So we'll see whether or not there's an interest in doing that, to see if we can't get some of the real stories out, because what Congress members need to hear is how CDBG money is spent in local communities and who is going to be impacted by the disappearance of those funds. It is some of our most needy residents. So to be able to tell those stories to our congressional members, actually have those residents tell their stories to the congressional members, would be very, very impactful. Let's see, attended a board of directors meeting, again, focusing on the budget. We did select Salt Lake City as the conference location for 2021. Looking forward to going back to Salt Lake City. And let's see, not to bore you, but and last but not least, the Public Safety and Crime Prevention Committee met, and we again went over the budget proposal with the committee, talked about the new strategy that we'll be undertaking. We had a great discussion on mental illness and public safety. Interestingly, the president's budget makes further cuts to money that would be used for mental illness. We also had a lengthy discussion about sanctuary cities, and in the case of California, the bill that is before the legislature to declare the entire state a sanctuary state, and the impacts that it would have. That discussion went a lot like our discussion here today about testing facilities. Took a long time. Deep divides there. And then there was another thing that we talked about, the Concealed Carry Reciprocity Act of 2017, which is working its way through Congress and the Senate, that would require anybody who has a concealed carry permit in one state, that every other state allow that person to carry in their state as well. And as you can imagine, there were many of us who thought that was probably not a good idea, because different states have different rules for those who have concealed carry weapons. So we took a position on that, took a position in strong opposition to that. And that was about it. A great meeting, and so I will submit that.
Thank you so much for the update, especially CDBG. The city took a position, city wrote a letter to the White House, I believe it was, or was it to the Congresswoman to have delivered to the White House regarding CDBG funding. And I've also signed on to petition for a U.S. Conference of Mayors regarding the CDBG funding and how it's absolutely vital. Okay. Now we go to our city manager, Mr. Powers, for any follow-up items.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Our next meeting and our final meeting before the summer recess will be held on the 11th of July. We'll have a series of special presentations, including Cabrillo Music Theater debuting their Peter Pan performance. Speaking of CDBG, we'll have our review and approval of our action plan from 2017-18. An update from TO Arts, our new Thousand Oaks Alliance for the Arts group, on their work plan for the year. Water and wastewater financial plans. And we do anticipate having labor contracts for our various bargaining units on that agenda. That will be our final meeting before the summer recess. The first meeting after the recess will be on the 29th of August. That's it.
Thank you, Mr. Powers. And the city attorney will announce our 2 closed sessions.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We have 2 closed sessions tonight, both are conference with legal counsel on existing litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9a. First matter is Javier Ceja versus City of Thousand Oaks, case number 56-2016, 00479820. Second matter is Edward Scully versus City of Thousand Oaks, case number 56-2016, 00477533. It's unlikely I'll have anything to report.
Thank you. And we now adjourn our council meeting in memory of former mayor and council member Dan Del Campo. Former mayor and council member Dan Del Campo passed away at home on June 16th in San Luis Obispo County. Dan was a dedicated community leader, having served on the Thousand Oaks City Council from 1998 to 2002 and as mayor in 2000. He returned to Thousand Oaks often and rode in the Conejo Valley Days Parade in 2014 to help celebrate the city's 50th birthday. A Chicago-born marketing and sales consultant who lived in Thousand Oaks for 23 years, Dan's service to the community included 4 years as a board member on the Conejo Open Space Agency and Conservation Agency, as a member on the Ventura Council of Governments, and as a representative on the California League of Cities, as well as National League of Cities. And during that time, he worked with the congressional representative, lobbying for support of the Thousand Oaks Boys and Girls Club. Dan was an original Boys and Girls Club member, helping to establish 4 locations. Dan was also an original member of SOAR, Safe Open Space and Agricultural Resources. A self-confessed talk show junkie from an early age, and you can see that in his picture here, Dan recently retired after 6 years as host of the popular talk radio show Sound Off and Open Mic Friday on KPRL AM. Dan was also a featured writer for the online publication Breitbart California. This year, he was appointed as a planning commissioner in San Luis Obispo County, representing their 1st district. Dan and his wife of 46 years, Mary Jo, made community service a family affair. When Dan was mayor, Mary Jo served on the Conejo Valley Unified School District Board, and Mary Jo is currently a teacher at St. Rose Elementary School and president of the San Miguel Unified School District Board. On behalf of the Thousand Oaks City Council and the entire community, we send our thoughts and condolences to the Del Campo family. Dan will be missed. And with that, we are adjourned until July 11th.